yours. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, type I can hear you. Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, type I can hear you. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay, welcome to day 3 and the final day of our Great Conference 2020. It's been a wonderful event. It's been a life-changing event, and I'm super excited. Now, one of the things we realized was we couldn't do an in-depth session with me in the course of this event. So there will be a Great Conference boot camp. I hope you guys follow up with Karim. I need the banner ASAP. There will be a Great Conference boot camp. We'll be running from Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. daily. And we will use that opportunity to take you through in depth some of our courses and what we'll do. The topic that I want to take right now is freelance millions, how to sell your skill and services online for massive income as a professional freelancer. I don't know if you are excited about this topic. If you're excited about this topic, type I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. If you're excited about this topic, type I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. I hope we're streaming on Instagram, on Periscope. Beautiful. Beautiful, great, 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 great. I'm happy, we're ready, we're good. If you're ready for me, type I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Remember to share this video, invite your friends, invite your loved one, and you stand a chance of winning 10,000 naira. We're going to be selecting 10 people to win 10,000 naira, 10 to 15 people that win 10,000 naira today. So all you need to do is to just simply send us, of course, share this video with your friends on your WhatsApp. You must share, if you're watching on social media, 50 to 100 times to qualify to win 10,000 naira. While those of you watching on the webinar call, you should invite somebody to watch the webinar. At least if you can have 5 to 10 people confirm that they came to watch the webinar through you, then you qualify for our 10,000 naira giveaway. Okay, so now that we're all ready, let's go straight to it. My name is Stephen Akintaya. For some of you who don't know me, I'm Africa's most sought after investment coach. I'm the embassy of GTEx Global, We are a group of companies, okay? Real estate, agriculture, digital marketing, e-commerce, name it, okay? I'm also the lead consultant of Stephen Akita Consulting, and also the founder of Stephen Akita Foundation. You know, I've received several awards, including Nelson Mandela Leadership Award for Transparency and Integrity. I've met several people in the course of my journey, and I'm happy for what God has helped me to do in these few years. This is myself with former President Olusegun Obasanjo, where we had presented an award as the most business friendly president till date since democracy. This is myself and Dr. Kwebanwo and Professor Patu Tomi. This was 2016 in New York. I was invited to speak on digital jobs. It was a UN side event, and Professor Patu Tomi and Dr. Kwe were also co-speakers, guest speakers also. Amazing woman, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, who is somebody who, you know, just love what I do and has inspired me a lot privately. She was just inspired that I wasn't born from a rich or affluent home, and I've done this much in my life. And that's me with my spiritual mentor. Okay, this is some of our charity project that we've done in the course of this COVID-19. We had to distribute over 2 million naira worth of food to the IDP camp, Gubio IDP camp in Maiduguri. That's some of the details there. We distributed in Ajegunle in Lagos State. And this was some gift distribution. So drugs, food, sanitizers, masks, gloves were presented in some of these locations. I believe the reason why you should desire to be rich is so that you can be a blessing. Can everybody type that? The major reason why you should desire to be rich is so that you can be a blessing. Wealth is useless if you're not using that wealth to change lives, to impact lives, to make the life of other people better. The question is then, what's the purpose of the wealth? Okay, wealth is great when you have used it to change people's life. Two poor people can't help themselves. Anybody telling you it is okay to be poor is deceiving you. Because if you truly care about poor people, you will intentionally work hard to become rich so that you can help the poor. I do not understand this nonsense going about across social media, people celebrating poverty. There is nothing to celebrate about poverty. You should choose to become rich to help the poor, even if you don't personally want the money. One of the reasons you should choose to become rich is so that you can help the poor. One of the reasons I decided to become rich is so that I can help the poor. I made a vow that in my lifetime, 1 million kids will go to school. Every year we send, we're responsible for 100 kids going to school. It's a personal decision, and you can make the same. Let it be a course that you push for, that I'm going to do my best to see that I am rich so that I can help the poor. Can everybody type it right now? I have made up my mind to be rich so that I can help the poor. Everybody write it, type it across all social media. Type it right now. I've made up my mind to be rich so that I can help the poor. Remember to invite your friends. Share this video on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on LinkedIn. Click on the Facebook party icon and invite as many people as possible to join this show. Okay, there's a Facebook party icon. Invite people for those of you watching here on webinar, send this link to everybody you know. And everybody type it. I've made up my mind to be rich so that I can help the poor around me. My business startup was not rocket science. It started easy. 2008, we registered our company. We started as a bulk SMS company, as well as running trade fairs and so other businesses. But our bulk SMS business did over 100 million in 2015. You can see 30 million single transaction. And from there, we decided to diversify into other sectors, and God has been faithful. I've also been here through mentorship as well as role models. One of them is Damien John, is the CEO of Fubu, founder of Fubu. Fubu has done over $6 billion in transactions. Can everybody type $6 billion? These are the kind of people that should be your model. A lot of times I ask many people, who's your mentor? Who's your role model? They say Wizkid. And I ask you, do you want to become an artist? Do you want to become a singer? I said no. I said, so why will Wizkid be your role model? There's nothing wrong making a Wizkid your role model if you want to be an artist. There's nothing wrong, trying to be mentored by Wizkid if you want to be an artist. But when you know you're not going that path, why that? Oftentimes, when you see people I refer as mentors, there are people in the business line. Even if they are bishop, you see that they have a business trait to them. They're entrepreneurial, even though they may be pastors, they're entrepreneurial. Because that's where I'm going. I want to be one of the richest people in the world. So it's time to begin to carefully select people you want to make to become your mentor based on who they are, what they are doing. Now, if I have someone like this who has done $6 billion in transaction, ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of time. I will do the same. That's how you do. Success is replicatable. You watch, it's just like a scripture. It says, you behold him as in a glass, we are changing to the same image from glory to glory. The same thing with mentorship. When you pick somebody who has gone where you want to go as a mentor, once you watch them closely, learn from them closely, probably sign up for their coaching program, let them hold you by the hand, you begin to evolve into the same thing these people evolve into. So for me right now, I've chosen a couple of people, and guess what? In recent time, in the last 12 months, even though Damien John has been an influence more than 5 years now, I met him 2018 in Florida. I flew from Nigeria to Florida to meet him, where he, even did a video to endorse me and told many people to join my coaching program. He was just proud of who I was and what I was doing. I shared with him what we've been doing in Africa, in Nigeria. He was so humble. In fact, I did a short video and said, listen, everybody, I just met Stephen Akitayo, great guy. Listen to him, watch him, learn from him. I was humbled having that kind of recommendation from somebody at that level. But recently, I've also picked somebody called a very, great entrepreneur called Grant Cardone. There's hardly any program Grant Cardone is running that I've not, joined. I've just been, finding myself, pulling myself into everything the guy is doing and enmeshing myself into that. It's important to understand that when you pick somebody as a mentor, every single material they have, you have to consume. It's one of the best way to go far in this whole thing about mentorship. Many of you have reached out to me. I want you to mentor me. The only way I can mentor you is through my videos, my books. So if you can't pay for anything I sell, go to my YouTube, finish all the videos on YouTube. Okay? Go to my website, buy all the books I've written. One day, use that information. One day you'll be able to use that information to get to a level where you can afford a one-on-one coaching program with me. But understand that if you really want mentorship, you need that level of one-on-one with these people. It has to be something that you are into a program with them. The program can be starting from just their books and then evolving into other things. But don't just call people mentor when you are not involved in any of the programs that they are doing. And it's one of the biggest mistakes that we do in this part of the world, where we just call people mentors and we're not even in anything that those people are doing. Okay? Are you learning? If you're learning, type, I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm learning. Guys, talk to me. If you are learning, can you type, I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm learning.
What's up to all the students in Stephen Akintayo's class? I just want to say, let him keep coaching you. Hopefully he's putting you on the right track. I just met the man. I think he's amazing. What's up?
Hello, David.
There you go. All right, get focused.
Yeah. So that's Damien, doing a short video about me and just recommending me and what I do. Okay, I need you to also know how important this whole thing is when you're saying you want somebody to be your mentor. Okay, you need to know when you're saying somebody should be your mentor that there are a couple of things that are important. I flew all the way from Nigeria to Florida just to meet this man. Okay, all the way from Nigeria to Florida just to meet this man. That is what I call seriousness in picking a mentor. So a lot of us want people to mentor us and we just think it's not going to cost us something. It has to cost you something. It has to. It's just how this thing works. It will cost you something. Okay, good. Let's go. Are you ready? If you're not ready for the training proper, type I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Now that I'm done introducing myself, let's get to the meat of the training proper. Okay? If you're ready, type I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Training proper. What is freelancing? Okay, let's just get to understand that. Okay, freelancing describes a position which entails earning money by being hired to work on different jobs for a short period of time rather than having a permanent job with one employer. With the ease of access to internet and no age limit earning or barriers, freelancing is the new market for entrepreneurs. And of course, I want to add that with COVID-19, freelancing has become a major tool for building wealth. You and I know how people are losing jobs right now. And so being a freelancer opens you up to a wall of amazing income despite that you've lost your job. And this is very key and very important. Did you know that according to CNBC, America's gig economy saw that the greatest growth in 2019 with freelancers earning up to 78% year on year. People who freelance contribute an estimated of $715 billion in freelance earning to the economy of the US alone. In case you don't understand this, America, okay, people who earn from freelancing in America alone in 2019, okay, was $715 billion. This year, this will not be less than $1.1 trillion in America alone. And we're not counting other parts of the world. So this is the future of jobs, okay? I never call it the future of job because with COVID-19, it's actually the current reality of jobs, right? Right now, the reality now is that if you really want a job, okay, if job is indeed what you're gonna get, your chances is largely now in freelancing. Okay, that's where the jobs are right now. Freelancing, that's where the jobs are right now. Please check the frame on Instagram. The frame is not coming out well. You can see. Okay, so this is where the jobs are now. There's a lot of opportunity. Now it's freelance for you. Destiny is no matter of chance. It is a matter of choice. It is not a thing to be waiting for. It is thing to be achieved. William Jennings Bryan. It extends beyond those fields. More and more people are realizing that they can make far more money working for themselves as a freelancer and could consider that job part is building their career in different available fields. Okay? So you need to know that, first of all, freelance is not a matter of is it for you or not. It's just a matter of a choice. If you choose to become a freelancer, definitely you can make money in that business. However, you need to know that this is becoming a better model for work because you do the job at your pace, at your time. You choose your employer, unlike in a normal place of work where your employer has to choose you, right? Even though technically you still choose your employer still anyway. But here, there's flexibility of work also. So there's so much flexibility to your work in this format of freelancing. Now, don't you think that you have to take this? Look at this infographic. These are telling you the top freelancing field in the world. We have 20.4% in designing area. So if you're a designer of all kinds, architects, graphic designer, video, whatever designs, web design, any form of design, you take at least over 20% of the freelance market. The next is writers. Writers take 18% of the market, of the freelance market. The next is editor, okay? Copy editors, okay? So guys who are into editing videos, editing stuff, you take 10.5% of the market. Copywriters take about 10.3% of the market, okay? And then we have translators. You can translate in Yoruba. You will be shocked that you go offer your services as a Yoruba translator, Igbo translator, Hausa translator. On some of the websites I'm going to be showing you, you will get a job and you'll make cool money. Literally, you can charge $100 for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes translation. Okay, yes, you heard me clearly. These are where the monies are. Also, you can make 4.5% is web developers. Okay, so designers are much of the graphics and other types of design. So web developers take 4.5% of the market. Marketing professionals take 4.3% of the freelance market. And of course, 2.3% business consultants, 1.9% virtual assistant, 1.9% illustrators, 1.6% free is researchers, and 1.4% videographer, and 1.8% photographers, and then 1.2% IT system support, 1.2% software developers. So this is like an infographic of how the market is spread across the world, but majorly looking at the US, and some of the markets where there is data and statistics. But this is generally the demand for this industry. How many of you are getting value? If you're getting value, type I'm getting value, I'm getting value. Guys, I love interaction when I train. Okay, I know some of you just love watching me without saying anything. But guess what? Me, I love interaction. So if you're getting value, type I am getting value, I am getting value. Come on, guys, engage me. I'm getting value, I'm getting value. I'm waiting to see your words. Type I am getting value. Okay, good. Godwin is getting value. Stella says, wow. Okay, good. I'm glad to know that a lot of you are getting value and you're seeing this opportunity in an amazing way. Samuel says he's getting value. Good, good, good. So let's look at the advantages and the disadvantages of freelancing, okay? So if this is what you want to do, and this is a global business, that's what I love about it. It's a global business, it's something you can do from anywhere in the world. So the question would then be, if this is something you want to do, what are the advantages and disadvantages of this? Advantages and the disadvantages of this. Pros and cons. Okay? Some do it by chance. That's compensation. Okay? So 45%. Others do it because there is no choice. Cons, pessimism, which is 21%. Now, we also have, these are some infographics just to help you understand some of the industries. Top complainers, right? So some percentage of people are doing this, but are not necessarily happy about it. Now we have 75% of people doing this who earn over $65,000 every year being freelancers. I kid you not, you won't believe that. Okay, 65,000 US dollars. Can everybody tell me, if you are earning 65,000 US dollars from your house every year, is it good money? If it's good money, type good money, type good money. Come on, guys, engage me. If you think earning 65,000 US dollars okay, from your house. You don't leave your house. It's good money. Type good money, good money, good money. Okay, talk to me, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now top 16 reasons why people go into freelancing. Top 16 reasons why people go into freelancing. Top 16 reasons. We have 22.6%. Okay, we have 14.4%. We have 4.4%. And you can check the reasons below. Because I lost my job, downsized from work. These are COVID people, right? So number one, the people who decide to do this because of COVID, because they lost their job due to COVID. Now you also have, because I want more freedom and flexibility in my schedule. You also have people who go into freelancing because I want to be my own boss. You also have people going to freelancing because it was where life took me. I just fell into it. You also have people who go into this because I want to pursue my passion. And then you have the last set of people who go into this because I want to earn some extra income. Okay, so no matter what your reasons are, doing this is still something important. You need to know, number one, you have to spend some money doing advertisement if you want to do this. You have to spend some money to build your profile and to build your brand. But let's go into websites you can use to grow your freelance business. So what are the websites you can go and register to become a freelancer and make cool money for yourself? What are the websites you can go as a freelancer and make cool money for yourself? Number one website is freelancer.com. Number two website is guru.com. Number three website is fiverr.com. Number four website is upwork.com. Number five website is peerhustle.com. Number six website is craigslist.com. Number seven website is peopleperhour.com. Number eight website is demand. We're given today is ifreelance.com. Number 10 website is gigbox.com. Please, can you bring my copy on my book on free from this box? Now, I've written a book in this. One of the things I love about the book that I author is, number one, there's so much. We listed more than 25 different websites in this particular book. More than 25 different websites in this particular book. If you can see me, you will see the book. It's a powerful book that I encourage you to go get. It's a life-changing book. It's called Millionaire Freelancer. It's on Amazon. And this book, there are some discounts on it on Amazon. You can go to stephenaxel.com and and then you click on book section. You will see the book. There's promo going on this book today, and you can get it today. I'm sure there's some banners that are supposed to be put up for this. I'm yet to see it on social media, right? The video, the banner, the video promoting book, the video promoting the video course, and then content promoting the coaching program itself for all. There are about 6 different topics I'm to teach on. So guys, well, you can go on Amazon on my book, on my website, you're gonna see this there. Let me see. Can you guys see this book? I heard you guys can't see it. Can you see the book now? This is the book. Go on Amazon, go on stephenaxel.com, you can get the book. It's really, really something that would share a lot. In this book, I taught you a whole lot about this. Let me just give you some of the explain, because I won't be able to cover as much as I covered in this book because of time. Okay, so we looked at statistics of freelancing. We looked at how to start freelancing, establish an online presence. We looked at client communication process, part-time freelancing, marketing your freelancing business, track your freelancing income and expenses. Okay. We looked at mistakes to avoid as a freelancer, finding freelance marketplace, freelance jobs. We looked at pros and cons of freelancing. That's part of it that I'm teaching you now. Tech tools for freelancing. Why you need WordPress portfolio plugin, okay? So there's so much that we taught here that you need to go and get the book, okay? You can get the book on Amazon.com. You can get it on StephenAkintayo.com. So let's move on. How many of you are excited about this training? If you're excited, type, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. Come on, guys, talk to me. If you're excited about this training, type, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. I'm waiting, guys. Come on, talk to me. Type, I am excited. If you're excited about this, just type, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. Okay, beautiful. So how to sign up for Upworks? Let's just give you some few screenshots. So when you go to upworks.com, it's one of the websites you can do freelancing on. Okay, so these are like screenshots of how to sign up. You can see at the top corner here, you can see sign up. So you click on the top corner here, sign up. Once you click on the sign up button, you put in, of course, your name, your email, okay, and you click on get started. And of course, you choose your password, your country, and you fill in the text box here. So you type what is here, you type it back here, okay? And you click on next. So you, of course, accept all the terms and conditions, and then you click on next, and you know, you go, of course, they want you to have a very strong password. So in this context, they will generate your password for you, even though you can go back to change the password by yourself, okay? But you want to make sure your password is very, very strong. And also here, you enter the amount, the services you offer, and the amount that you charge for the services. So I'm just using Upwork as a practical. The same process goes for the other websites, similar process. So here you put in how much you want to charge, entry, intermediate, expert, okay? So if you're an entry person, go for the entry charges. And also you want to pick all the various services that you offer. And this is very important, okay? Also, there are a couple of more forums you guys fill. Then you upload your picture. So here you can upload, if you are signing up as an individual, you can sign up using your picture. If you are setting up this as a company, then you can set it up as, you know, with your company logo. Okay, so but either way, you upload the image you want to be seen on your profile. Then if you are doing as a company, like in our case, we're looking at companies. So Global Logistics, we are taking Ukraine, title, Android developer, okay, role, okay, individual contributor, February 2013 to February 2017 as to how long you have been involved in this kind of business. So you tick, you also give some further description as to your services, and then you move to the next icon. Yes, it may take you about 20 to 30 minutes to fill this, but hey, this is like building your own website as a freelancer. It's a concept as if you're building your own website as a freelancer and you're getting everything all put together as a freelancer. So you then, of course, move to the next step in your sign up for your freelance account, okay, which is still involve your address, your contact number, and every other, of course, your tax ID if you are in those countries. If you are choosing Nigeria as your country of residence, you want to put your tax ID. If you don't have a tax ID, that's still okay in the Nigerian context. But of course, if you are outside Nigeria, you have to put your tax ID. In those countries, they don't joke with tax issues, right? Now, also, you want to agree to all the terms. So you can go ahead and read all the terms at this point. This particular place, you see all the terms here. I'm talking about my right-hand side. You see some of the terms and conditions for the freelancing. You want to go over it and admit to the terms and be okay. If you're okay with all the terms, you click on that you accept the terms. And ladies and gentlemen, you're officially a global freelancer, and you can get customers from anywhere in the world and start making money as a freelancer. How many of you are excited about this? If you're excited about what I've taught you this morning, type, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. Come on, guys, talk to me. If you're excited about what I've taught you this morning, can you type, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. Talk to me, guys. I'm excited, I'm excited, I'm excited. Okay, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Lovely, lovely. Great, great. I'm glad to see all of you are excited. Okay, so please note that all this is also an intro. Every business requires skill. So this is just an intro. There's still a lot more about building this kind of business. There's a whole lot about building this kind of business, a whole lot. Okay, now freelancing might give you more choice on how to use your skills, but it's also moved from having just one boss to having many bosses. So this is also very important. So before you decide to move into freelancing, take a look at your core self, your situation in life, and your goals. Because I've seen people who do not like having a boss, and so they want to start a business, and they don't know that when you start a business, guess who's your boss? Your customer. And guess how many they are? 100, 1,000, 2,000. I don't care how you have 1,000 people and one of them will be bad, or two, or five. If you are going to observe the law of average, if you have 1,000 customers, at least expect 100 to be wicked. So if you want to go into this, look at, this is where character comes in. This is where patience comes in. This is where self-control comes in. Because people are going to complain. I didn't like the job you did. I'm pissed off. So there's a whole lot as to customer relations that you need to pick up here. There's a whole lot as to attitude, culture, perception that you need to pick up here. It's very important, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I've raised several students in businesses. This is one of my students, she did 70 million in single transaction, one student. So my coaching program is something you want to consider, because I've raised millionaires, 70 million single customer for my student. And I would love to mentor you also. I really would love to help you. I really love to, but it's not going to be free. My free courses ends on social media, right? So on my YouTube at Stephen Actel TV, I've done several courses. You can go there and read, but that's where they end. You want more than that, you have to pay. It's important to know that and respect that. Okay, so these are some of my products that you can go for. You can go for the paperback of the book on Amazon, e-copy of the book on Amazon. You can get the video. You can also join the coaching program and the mentorship program. You can visit www.stephenakitayo.com to learn more. Mentorship is key. Nobody goes far without having a mentor. So here's the URL to get in the book. Okay, this is the link to the Amazon, for the Amazon version of the book. Or you can go to book.stephenakitayo.com. You can buy the book for a token today. Now, this book is a complete idea on how to make money online through freelancing, niche to pick for freelancing jobs, how to up your skill, how to monetize it. If you are ready for success and tired of being broke or poor, I recommend this book for you. It's written by me, Stephen Akitayo. Okay, and it's called Millionaire Freelancer. Go get it. It's going to change your life forever. Like I said, you can follow me on YouTube at Stephen Actel TV to also watch more video courses in this area. Also, I have some other programs for real estate, Goldmine Bundle, something you want to take advantage of. Very great. So you can follow our consulting handle, SA Consulting Global, across all social media handle. Okay, and of course you can also follow my own personal handle too. Or send me a mail, info@stephenakitayo.com, or call my office +234 81 800 000618. Have you got value today? If you've gotten value today, type I got value, I got value, I got value. Talk to me. If you got value today, type I got value, I got value, I got value. I'm going to take time to take questions now from all of you, whether you're watching on webinar or you're watching on Facebook, or you're watching via the Zoom, or you're watching on Instagram, wherever you're watching all over or across all the various platforms we're streaming. I will take questions at this point, okay? If you have gotten value, type I got value, I got value, I got value. Talk to me, guys. If you got value, type I got value, I got value, I got value, I got value. Okay, I'm waiting. You got value, type I got value, I got value, I got value. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. I can see a lot of you said you got value, you got value, you got value. Beautiful. So at this point, I'm going to be taking your questions. So if you have questions for me, please feel free to type the questions on how to become a freelancer, how to go into this business of freelancing. So with this, you don't need to worry yourself again. Oh, Mr. Steven, I lost my job. Don't worry. Go register on those websites that I gave you and still offer your skill on those websites and still charge for it and make money. Okay, that's the beauty of this. You go on this website, you charge, you make money for yourself. And guess the beauty of this, you make money in foreign currency. So you can, we didn't have time to go into that, but you can create something we call Payoneer. In one of my other trainings, we'll focus on that. You can go create a Payoneer account. With a Payoneer account, you will be able to receive your money. You know, as simple as that. You receive your money with your Payoneer account, and your Payoneer card will be mailed to your address in Nigeria, for those of you in Nigeria, and you will be able to use that Payoneer ATM card to collect your money from any bank in Nigeria, from any bank in Nigeria. Okay, so any more questions? Let me start taking some of the questions I have here on the webinars. Please, I need intellectually sound questions, please. So if I don't answer your questions, probably because you're asking me rubbish. Anonymous attendee says, I'm a freelancer, a graphic designer, but I'm not getting clients. Please, what am I getting wrong? Okay. A couple of strategies if you want to make money from the freelance world, right? A couple of strategies that I had used, my students had used to make good money that I think is what you should do. There are three simple strategies. Number one, move from free to fee. Find a way to offer the freelance services for free to some people so that they can give you testimony and they can give you a 5-star rating. So people will, first of all, come and say how many people you've done work for before they start giving you a job. They want to see how many stars you have. You know, it's just like Uber. You have all this 5-star thing with Uber. Okay, you have this 5-star thing with Uber, remember? So the same thing, people want to see that 5-star, that you have a 5-star. So you might be able to first offer your first services for free. That's what I would do if I were you. As soon as I join the freelancing community, I will open an opportunity to do some job for some people for free. But I will choose those people carefully. I'll choose people with huge reputation such that when people hear that I've done job for these people, they will know I did it for them for free. But they will be convinced that if I could have done job for this kind of people, then it's worth it for them to give me their jobs. So the second thing, get a 5-star rating. The third thing, get a testimonial. That is people literally doing a write-up or a video saying, I gave a job to Yinka. He did a fantastic job. I recommend him to everyone. He was fantastic. I want to thank him for what he does. So your testimonial is a critical tool in you being able to get people to be able to really give you jobs. So if you don't have all these things, you will struggle to get people to give you jobs. You really will. Also, I need you to know that your pricing is also a critical factor. You need to run your pricing in a way that you lure them to come in. And then when they come in, you can then upsell them into some higher things. Let me give you an example. If normally you charge $50 for your logo, you can say your first logo, I will do your first logo for you for $5, just to drag them. But in many cases, people who do logo will still need flyers. Many of them will still need to do further logos, right? So you can then, of course, subsequently tell, when they now come and say, hey, I want another $5, I say, no, actually it's $20 that I do. That was just a free offer for your first attempt to taste what I do. And in many cases, if people now really love what you do, they wouldn't mind to still continue to do business with you, even though it seems that the price is now a bit higher. And that's just how it works, okay? Peter, did you enjoy that? Is that helpful? If it's helpful, what I've just shared with you, please type it was helpful. It was helpful. What I've just said now, if it's helpful, just type helpful, helpful. Peter Ako says, hello. How do I start freelancing with an engineer skill in training and maintenance? How do I get customers? Well, as an engineer, that may be quite a tough one, and it's also a function of the type of engineering services that you actually offer. What I feel, again, you have to also be specific to the kind of engineering services you offer. So this is what I would do. Let's say I'm a civil engineer. Instead of thinking that I could necessarily offer my skill directly like that, I'd rather build a civil engineering consultancy and coaching services on those websites where people who are doing engineering work and are struggling can come to me and ask for advice, and I'm able to guide them on how to go about it. That's what I would do if I were you, okay? Because in many cases, engineering services require physical work, right? You come in, you do your job. And a freelance, most times in freelancing, is that you do everything virtual, okay? You do everything virtual. So what you could do is to become the same way we are beginning to have now, doctors who are offering consultancy on operations, where, let's give you an example. A normal medical hospital need to do a operation, and then they don't have somebody who is a very top consultant in that field. What do? Via the internet, okay? The person who is a top consultant is able to call in using Zoom, and then the person who is to do the operation, of course, a doctor, but is not as skillful as this one. And then this one begins to guide him. Do this, do that, go here, go there, and guide him towards, doing that operation. And of course, the person, the professional, reaching them via Zoom still get paid. So that's the kind of thing you can do as an engineer, where you can guide people in major, and you have to really be good, okay? So a major construction firm, you can then be that kind of person that can guide them to say, hey, this is how you want to do this kind of construction. Or if it's automobile, this is how you want to operate on this type of car, to kind of fix this kind of car. I hope it's helpful. Again, if it's helpful, type helpful. Peter, Okon, and the rest of you, if the advice I've given Peter is helpful, type helpful, helpful. Any more questions, guys? Any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, good. Mohammed said it's helpful. Kende Rufai said it's helpful. I'm glad to know that this is helpful. Okay, I'm glad to know. Okay, I'm waiting for more questions. I'm waiting for more questions. Our next speaker is going to be joining us very soon, and I'm excited about our next speaker. And I promise you it's also going to be a very wonderful time today. It's loaded. It's been a loaded day, a very, very loaded day. And we're going to be learning so much today, so much today. I advise you to go over your notes. Some of you should go over the videos later in the course of the week to review what we've done. We have also decided to do a boot camp where I'm going to be coming and do a more in-depth training on 6 post-COVID business opportunities that you can do, online business opportunity you can do, okay, post-COVID. So that will also go a long, long way to helping many of you. So let me see if I have more questions here that I can take. Wisdom says helpful. Okay, good to know that. Kende says it's helpful. Sarah says helpful. Elijah says helpful. Good to know. Also, the pitch competition that we did, we're down to the 5 finalists of the pitch competition. What we want them to do is to do a 2 minutes or 3 minutes video of what they would do with the money given to them. Our team has also reached out to them. We need a couple of records about their company, the certificate of registration, and a couple of things. We need certain data to be able to see. Our next speaker is Mr. Olusegun Akanji. He is the Chief Strategist for Heritage Bank. And some of the questions that you guys were asking the Group Managing Director of Heritage Bank yesterday, I think you are free to really ask him, and a lot more technical questions about their company, about Heritage Bank, about the opportunities Heritage Bank has that you guys can take advantage of. You will be able to have access to those, details today. So we're waiting for Mr. Olusegun Akanji, the Chief Strategist for Heritage Bank. He's going to be the next guest. So we're waiting for him to join us very soon. Well, I want to announce to us the winners of the 5 finalists, okay, the top 5 finalists, okay, in this particular conference. How many of you have had a great time so far? Okay. How many of you have had a great time so far? If you've had a great time in the last 2 days or now 3 days since we started this event, type, I've had a great time. Come on, guys, talk to me. If you've had a great time so far since we started this event, type, I've had a great time, I've had a great time, I've had a great time. So the first out of the 5 finalists that's among the 3 people going to win $1 million grant in this conference, we have Chioma Okpabi, the CEO of Card Soul Design. Okay, Chioma Okpabi, CEO of Card Soul Design. Chioma, if you win this competition, be ready to change the name of your company. Okay, because I feel that's also something important. You have to pick names easy to remember, easy to connect with. The number 2 top finalist in the $1 million grant pitch competition for a great conference is Adenekon Amina, CEO of Ofada Hub. You see now, I love that name, Ofada Hub, fantastic name. That's a better name for a business. So, and a big congratulations to Aminat. Then the 3rd person is Oladapo Elizabeth, CEO of 7 Foods. This one was very sure was going to win the top finalists. We all knew that even from day one when we were watching her pitch to us. She did a fantastic presentation of her business. Then we have Lawa Olumide Azizat, Z Global Pastries as number 4. Okay, Aziza Z Global Pastries. And then number 5 is Onyi Consola, the CEO of Niniola Styles. Onyi Consola, CEO of Niniola Styles, is number 5 person among the top 5 finalists. So what you need to do if you're among these 5 people who stand a chance of being announced the winner of £1 million, you are to do a 2-3 minute video of what you're going to do with the money. Use the hashtag Upgrade Summit, and then of course tag me at Stephen Akintayo, tag at Upgrade Summit _ on Instagram. The video is to be uploaded on Instagram by 4 p.m. The person with the highest view, highest comment, the first 3 will be announced in the rate of how many views and comments they have. Okay, very important. We're going to be bringing them up and announcing them here. So, and then they'll probably give a speech. And then next week, Friday, is going to be the cash presentation. And the 3 of them, congratulations. Those who are going to be the 3, you have the opportunity to meet the group managing director of Heritage Bank later in the future on a sit down, to share with you some ideas on how to run your business. And hopefully Heritage Bank will be willing to help you take your business to the next level. So again, congratulations to those who will win this competition today. Our goal is to be able to help professionals and entrepreneurs. That's why we put this event together. And you'll be glad to know that on day 1, we had over 10,000 views from more than 15 countries of the world. We had viewers from Canada, from Dubai, from US, from UK, from Saudi Arabia, from Italy. The same thing yesterday, we even had more viewers than we had across all our various platforms than we had the first day. And of course, today, the 3rd day, I'm very sure we're going to have a lot more viewers. Remember, we have been giving giveaway. We've also given more than 20 people 10,000 naira as a giveaway, cash giveaway that they could use to load their platform to buy recharge card data or buy groceries on genidomobile.com. We're giving more people today. All you need to do is to, if you're watching this on Facebook, on social media, make sure you share this on 50 to 100 platforms. Facebook group, WhatsApp group, LinkedIn, just share it to 50 to 100 platforms. When you share, we will know, we can see it, and we'll give you 10,000 naira. Those of you watching via Zoom, just invite people, right? At the end of this first session, we will ask people who invited you to this Zoom class. So those who are able to have more, who invited more people to this platform will then, of course, win something. So it's just a lot of giveaway season and just adding value. And we're excited to make this event a global event and a life-changing event. You guys will not believe we had paid the Oriental Hotel. We're supposed to use the Oriental Hotel for this event. This is the 6th year. We had even paid for the banquet hall before COVID-19 happened. But I'm happy because we have been able to train more people than we would have been able to train if we had done this event physically at Oriental Hotel. The venue could take 1,000 people, and now we've been able to train more than 10,000 people. So can you guys help me celebrate all the volunteers, GTEx Home, Genido, Stephen Akintayo Consulting, and all our volunteers, and of course celebrate me. I think I deserve some accolade for putting this event together, to just change the life of people. Okay, I think it's key. One of the things that I have learned in life is that the number one reason why you should desire wealth is what you are able to do with it, lives you're able to touch with it. Africa would be a better place if we all begin to think beyond ourselves, and we all begin to think of how to change lives and beyond just me and my family. I think there's just too much of us, there's just too much of we being so centered, okay? Everything being centered, okay, around each other instead of us going beyond that and having things centered on other people. How do we change our life together? One of the things that I've shared 1,000,000 times with people is how if you are the one rich person in the midst of poor people, you're also poor. It's a Yoruba hadith. It says, Olowo kan láàrin òtòṣì, òtòṣì ni. And this is why it's important to make sure that you use your wealth, your image, your platform to help a whole lot of people. I think that's it. So for me, we had used this platform, even those who didn't win the pitch competition, more people now know about their businesses. Okay, and that's the goal. You know, there's a visibility to your business. Also, being part of this event has opened you up to how to better pitch next time, how to structure your business. So it's still been a platform to have learned and you know and get your life to be a lot better. And so I'm super excited about what we've done. And a big thank you again to we had over 200 people who volunteer for this event. So it wasn't that easy. It's funny how when you do events, you know, it looks as if nothing much was done. Okay, but behind the scene, there's so much that made it happen. Okay, so let me see. Any question? Any question? Any question? Any question? And I want to also say to all those who didn't win, it's a competition, right? One person has to win. You knew from day one, everybody can win. So I think you should take away from this the lessons is beyond money. Okay, it's not all about money. I would rather go with lessons than go with money. I think, and Africans need to learn a lot about that. You know, I remember when I made my first, was able to raise my first 2 million plus to open a fiscal office many years ago. I was excited. I felt that was all my business needed, opening an office. I was shocked that in 1 month, 2 million naira was gone. In 1 month, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm talking about, I think, 2011 or so. And you can imagine the value of that amount that time. And guess what? We didn't make money. We didn't even do 100,000 naira in sales. And we have blown over 2 million naira. And that was when I got to know that to really grow your business to the next level is not really a function of money, but it's a function of wisdom, a function of training, exposure, a mentorship, getting somebody who has resolved to teach you and help you to grow. But more importantly, it's also a function of character. Okay, Dr. Sekibo talked about that. It's a function of character. A lot of you watching me cannot trust anybody. Guess who has that problem? It's you. You are the problem. If you live a life where you can't trust anybody, you are the problem and the people around you. Because yes, will people disappoint you? Yes, they will. But that is no reason not to still find a way to trust people. You could learn better ways to protect yourself, but you just have to trust people. It's just like saying because somebody had an accident on the road, you're not going to cross the road. It's just saying somebody had a car crash, you're not going to drive a car. It's insane. It doesn't even make sense. That is what entrepreneurship is about. Risk taking, taking risk. That's what it's about. That's what it is about. So if you're going to go far as an entrepreneur, be willing to take some risks, be willing to go beyond the normal. Now, I have John asking a question here. So I'm going to say, wow, Henry says I had a great time. I can see a lot of you said this has been helpful and you've learned so much. So let me take John's question. It says, can somebody in agriculture do freelancing? Uncle Stephen. Yes, I feel that is definitely possible in the area of consulting. So in the area of consulting, definitely there's a lot that can happen in that area. There's a lot. By the way, guys, I want to take questions generally right now while we're waiting for the next guest, generally across board on the Upgrade Conference. You can ask questions on day 1, day 2, day 3. Feel free to ask questions on anything. I'll use this period to just start taking questions, okay? Also, Golden, if Golden is there, if you can help me bring our 5 finalists to also come on board. and let's just have a few chat with them. Okay, just more chat with them. I would love that. While we're waiting for our guest. So I'll also take questions. So the question is, can you do freelancing in the agricultural space, right? Again, you can do freelancing in the area of consulting. Right now, a lot of farmers need consultants. I do. I have paid a lot of consultants in GTEx Farm. So you can charge in those areas. You can set up a consulting firm in your specific agricultural area. And people want to go into agri, people want to start agri business can come to you. Like for example, I intend to set up a master class and a coaching program for agri experts, and to put a lot of our consultants, speakers there. And one of the things I'm hoping to achieve is to also create an agri community, okay, for different professionals in the agri space, and just have that space for people who want to go into agri, who want to go into agriculture and things like that. So in reality, yes, there's a lot that you can do, but just invest in the coaching aspect, in the consultancy aspect, because again, agri is physical. So, but in the consultancy part, being a consultant, being a coach, you can become a freelance coach for agri professionals, to farms. A lot of, you look at IITA, a lot of their consultants do not come physically to all the IITAs. Many of them will be in the US, and they will be having meetings with the farmers and be giving their advice, okay? I have a question from Mohammed Adeleke. He says, what's the main reason that inspired you to start this Upgrade conference many years ago, which has now evolved into Upgrade Summit with global audience? Thank you so much for that question. I think that's a good question. It was 2014 we started. And for me, was that year I just felt there is a whole lot missing with us. Again, it started as a Nigerian idea. I started, because I was involved in a lot of coaching. So I meet people, they want to go into business. And I could see the knowledge gap. And I had that same experience when I started business. Same thing I realized with professionals, right? You see people wanting to get a job. And for some reason, okay, they just do not even know how to, okay, good. So we're giving all the 5 finalists 5 minutes to do their video. And if they are still able to come here, they can come here and just let's have the chat. And just a chat is what we're looking at. Okay, so do your video, upload it, and then you can still come here to chat. Let's just do a chat and just do like a panel discussion on SMEs. Okay, and somebody let me pick the score. Okay, so for me, we started a great conference. It was a Nigerian idea. The goal was basically to help professionals and entrepreneurs scale up, okay, step up their game. I remember before the Upgrade conference, I had a seminar where somebody said to me, Mr. Stephen, this is the first time in 20 years after I graduated from the university that I am attending a seminar. I was shocked. First time 20 years after graduation that I is attending any training seminar to learn anything. Okay, I was shocked. So I said, it's important for us to begin to do conferences like this that people can just come, expand their mind, their horizon, bring in some people who are doing very well in their various fields to come and educate people. And we've trained, as we speak, we've trained over 50,000 people physically since we started. And of course, over 100,000 globally online now, okay, through this conference. We thank God for the impact over the years. And we've raised several successful people today. One of them is Emmanuel Lushola. who is stuck in Dubai. I wish he was here to come and share his testimony. His business has done over 100 million now. And his journey in entrepreneurship started from a great conference. It was a casual staff earning 20,000 when he came for the first Upgrade Conference 2017. And the story has changed for him. So we've raised several people that we can point to, like, this person came for this event, the story changed. In fact, there's a 70 million naira check that I was showing you guys. That lady also was a product of Upgrade Conference. It was from Upgrade Conference. She decided to sign up for the coaching program in e-commerce. And then today she's doing hundreds of millions in e-commerce today, selling phone accessories. So we've raised several millionaires from this conference. And we've raised also people who are doing better in their profession as a result of what they learned from Upgrade Conference also. Day Sarah says, please sir, how about those that hasn't been interviewed? If you have not been interviewed, it wasn't that we didn't give you the opportunity, maybe your network. Day Sarah, I remember I pulled you up 3 times. For one reason or the other, you didn't show up. So remember, what you call luck is opportunity meeting preparation. So we are not able to take you. We've already concluded on the 5 finalists. Okay? So wish you the best. Hopefully next time you will be better prepared. Remember, we're still going to have several other conferences online. And you may still meet up to some of the requirements. If not, what you've even learned, forget grant or money. I've told you now, money isn't the major thing to grow business. I'm not kidding you. I always say this to those who work in my office. Money is not the major thing to grow business. They know it. They know it. Throw me in Afghanistan, I will make money. Okay, without money, yeah, just throw me there. I will make money. Okay, so it's wisdom that you need. It's not really money. And that's why all those who are giving this grant to, the first investment I want to do with them is opening their eyes to what they need to do. Okay, else they're just going to blow the money. Okay, so I think that's very important. Day Sarah says, no problem, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is my first time and I've gained a lot. Congratulations to the finalists. That's the spirit. We call that sportsmanship. Thank you, my spirit sister. I love your spirit. Thank you. And I'm impressed that we had a lot of ladies that applied. What happened to the men? What happened? Because I was expecting that we're going to have, if I thought we're going to have more men than women applying for the competition. But we had so much female, and I'm happy. I'm a big fan of female entrepreneurs. Anyway, John Nicole says, the information I gained just yesterday has given me a super idea of investment I will be doing in the agricultural sector. Can you imagine? You see what we're talking about? The testimony has started pouring in. So guys, we have this challenge. How many of you would like me to mentor you? Type me. Come on, if you like me to mentor you, just type me. What we want you to do is to do a 1-minute video on Instagram. Tag me at Stephen Akintayo, tag at Upgrade Summit _ and use the hashtag Upgrade Summit Testimony. And you stand the chance of being mentored. Yeah, you stand a chance of being mentored. You stand a chance of being mentored by me, and I also host you to a dinner, all expense paid dinner, and we get to talk about your business, about your career, and I will give you a couple of my books for free. So all you need to do, again, 1-minute video of what you your life, hashtag Upgrade Summit Testimony, Upgrade Summit Testimony. And then you want to, of course, tag me, my handle on Instagram. And then the person with the highest view and comment will win the opportunity to be mentored by me for free. My mentorship, the least of my mentorship is $50,000. I mean, $5,000. That's the least. Okay, I'm not cheap, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, but you have the opportunity to be mentored for free. So I think That should be something you should take advantage of. And this is open to even those who are volunteers, whether you're a volunteer or not, well, doesn't matter who you are. You're free to participate in that. And hopefully you'll win that competition. You can see a lot of people are already participating in it. So I'm going to always repost all of you's testimonies. I will repost it on my handle. And from my handle, or you can from Upgrade Conference handle. So whoever has the highest view, either on the Upgrade Conference handle or my handle, will be the one that wins the competition. Okay? We might pick one person, we may pick more than one person. It's up to us. Okay? It's up to us as to what we're gonna do. Let me see. Yes, next speaker after this is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, Frank Donga. Some of you know Frank Donga. Frank Donga is going to be the next speaker. If you know Frank Donga, type, I know him, I know him, I know him. If you know Frank Donga, type, I know him, I know him, I know him, I know him. Talk to me. If you know Frank Donga, type, I know him, I know him, I know him. Fantastic. So he's going to be sharing on a powerful topic, very, very powerful topic. And we are hoping we can set up a mentorship program for some of you who really want to go into what he does. So his topic is how to thrive in entertainment and comedy post-COVID-19 depression. Okay? How to thrive, okay, in entertainment and comedy, okay, post-COVID-19 depression. You know, a lot of people are depressed right now. A lot of people who have lost their job, families who are struggling, and so many people are, so how do you use comedy, okay, to take advantage, because again, every problem has a money equivalent. Can everybody type that? That's a powerful quote. Every problem has a money equivalent. Let me repeat myself, okay? Every problem has a money equivalent. Every problem has a money equivalent. It's very important. Again, I repeat, every problem has a money equivalent. Every problem has a money equivalent. Okay? Let me see. Good. Yes, beautiful. I hope my media team will turn that to a banner. Every problem has a money equivalent. So there's money in every problem. That's why I was sharing this with somebody. And one of the things I said was, okay, and this is powerful. One of the things I said to the person was this. I said, I have, COVID-19 is very challenging and we're all feeling the heat. Every one of us is feeling the heat, including myself. And I told the person, I said, but this is what we are made for. As an entrepreneur, we shine in challenges. That's what entrepreneurship is about. The meaning of being an entrepreneur is that you are able to succeed. You are able to create solutions. You are able to solve problems. So without problem, we're useless. As an entrepreneur, our strength is seen, is visible in the midst of challenges. We evolve, we adapt. Every entrepreneur is an opportunity migrant or opportunity tourist. Every entrepreneur is supposed to be an opportunity tourist. Okay, so you are looking for opportunities, and opportunities only show up in problems. Opportunities only show up in problems, in challenges, in difficulties. During one problem or the other, that is when you are able to see opportunities. That's how this thing works. Okay, that's how this thing works. So things are tough, things are difficult, things are challenging. That's when you are able to see, the opportunities. That's when you're able to say, you know what, I can take advantage of this niche. I can put something in this area. I can come up with something in this area and I can make money. So type that again. Every entrepreneur is an opportunity tourist. Okay? Every entrepreneur is an opportunity tourist. So we are people who are like, hey, I want to visit this place. I want to tour this opportunity. I want to maximize this opportunity. So we kind of take advantage of opportunities as we see them. That's who we are. So this is good for business. Challenges are good for business. This crisis is good for business. At least if you're an entrepreneur, that's how you should see it. Henry says opportunity only show in form, shapes of problems. Think now and provide solution by converting problems to value. Powerful. I love that. I love that. So what we call opportunities, they show up in form of a challenge, in form of a difficulty, in form of crisis. Okay, but that's what is called opportunity. That's why I don't believe in all these things people say, oh, she's lucky. Oh, they are lucky. You know, Mr. Stephen, you don't understand. There's this person, he's lucky. I don't believe in that. There's no such thing. What you call lucky is opportunity meeting preparation. I have never been lucky in my life. I have never been lucky in my life. I'm not kidding you. I remember growing up, always, having that conversation, that this luck thing. People just talk about how they just became lucky. I used to feel something was wrong with me years ago. Honestly, I used to feel something was wrong with me years ago. Like, why is it that people get lucky and I wasn't lucky? It took me years to realize that there's no such thing as luck. I used to just, sometimes just like, can't I just work and just see big money on the floor and just become rich? I don't know if you have had those thoughts. Come on, talk to me. Don't make me look like the weirdest guy. If you have had those kind of thought pattern, just type me too, me too, me too. Come on. Type me too, me too, if you've had those kind of thought pattern. Like, can't I just be walking on the street and be lucky and just see, a nylon, by the time I open it, voila, $100,000, $1 million. Can't I just be lucky, right? Yes, Mohammed, you got to, Mohammed said, like, see money in a guitar, like, or like just opening a drawer, and seeing money. The thing is always how we are like, why? Like, can't I just be lucky? I used to feel like something was wrong with me because I used to feel others were lucky. Some people were lucky, they were born in a rich family. Me now, see my own family, my mother, civil servant, my father, before I was born, self, business don't collapse. So, I mean, what's wrong? I never used a water closet. You call it water closet, right? It's water closet. I never used a water closet in my life until I was age 13. You need to see how water closet was like going to Disney World. When we moved to the first apartment that has a water closet at the age of 13, I remember I used to go there, then flush the tears. Yay! Then I would, oh Lord. Then I would go, try to do the poo-poo. I couldn't even sit on the thing because I was used to the pit toilet. I don't know if you know what called short pool or pit toilet. If you know that, I know some of you are rich people here. I don't know what that means. Okay? Those of you here are rich people born to rich homes. I don't know what that means. So two methods I know is either you do short put, right? Where you put in a nylon and you throw it into the bush and fertilize the atmosphere. And we had, we're surrounded by farms, so we're just putting back, recycling the thing. Or you have the pit toilet where you don't sit on a pit toilet, of course, you squat. So I'm not kidding you, for months, I couldn't sit on water closet because I just couldn't understand sitting while shitting, right? So we, thank God we're still young then. We did, we didn't break the water closet, so we squat on the thing because we're not used to sitting on it. Okay, that's poverty. Can somebody type God punish poverty? But the story has changed today. Okay, it's the same me that God has blessed us that we're able to give 1 million naira in grant and give millions in food items to Ajegunle IDP camp. You see, story has changed. Ṣé mi náà rè, Olúwa, ṣé mi náà rè. Who knows that song? Olúwa, ṣàwa náà rè, Olúwa, ṣàwa náà rè. Olúwa, àwa dúpẹ́ oore àtọdúnmọ́dún. Àwa dúpẹ́ oore àtoṣùmọ́ṣù. Àwa dúpẹ́ oore ìgbà gbogbo. Ṣàwa náà rè, Olúwa. Come on, guys, sing along with me now. Èmi náà rè, Olúwa. Sing with me, guys. Èmi náà rè, Olúwa. Ṣé mi náà rè, Olúwa. Ṣé mi náà rè, Olúwa. Mo wá dúpẹ́ oore àtọdúnmọ́dún. Mo wá dúpẹ́ oore àtoṣùmọ́ṣù. Mo wá dúpẹ́ oore ìgbà gbogbo. Ṣé mi náà rè, Olúwa. Okay, I love to sing. I don't know about you guys. Dada, thank you for singing along. Well, for those of you who are not Yoruba, the song simply means, is this me? Okay, I have come to give thanks of daily things that God does, give thanks for monthly things that God does. I've come to thank God. So, but this is the encouragement, guys. It's all going to be great if you put in the work. At some point, things will speak, but we need to learn patience. I feel if there's any problem we have as young people and in our generation, is not learning to be patient. Okay, not learning to find a course and sticking to it. I see the same thing happen in investment. Today I'm into real estate and I get clients who I will advise, okay, based on your income, buy the land that is worth 7 million. They say, no, it's that 14 million. I have prayed about it. God has told me. And I'll be like, oh no. I started buying bush. I started buying land without any form of document. I started small. Do the same. Do the same. Do the same. But people are never patient. They're never patient. Now, all your life, you haven't put all the resources, all the ingredients, all the requirements to get to where you need to be. And then one day you heard there's this opportunity and you just think overnight it works that way. Learn to start small. Life is in phases. Men are in sizes. Leave your size part-time. Be contented. Lack of contentment is why people don't give. A lot of times people think individuals who come and give gifts and help the poor, they are rich people. I laugh. If you check my personal account, I'm not sure I have 2 million naira sitting there. It's not that I have all the money, it's contentment. You know where you're going. You know how far you've come. You know the right things you've put in place. And you are grateful. It's one of the reasons I tell people, and I want you to write this down. The reason you must always give at your level is to overcome greed. Money will never be enough. It will never be enough. I've always shared this with my family members, my children, my wife. I always tell them, money will never be enough. And if you're not careful, you will become obsessed with money. It can never be enough. It can never be enough. So what do you want to do? To overcome greed, you intentionally give. Can everybody type that? To overcome greed, you give, you intentionally give. Can everybody type it again? To overcome greed, you intentionally give. Giving is the cure for greed. You don't even give because you have enough. Okay? You don't even give because you have enough. You give because you want to overcome greed, right? And what is greed? The process of making everything become about you. This is why people are poor. The secret to poverty is selfishness. Write it down. Because for you to be rich, you have to think of other people. Right? Why are some more people going to be poor during this COVID-19 season? During COVID and after COVID. Why? Everybody resorting to me, protecting me, taking care of me, saving my money for me. That's the reason for poverty. Few people are going to say, no, everybody is playing. I want to find a way to provide services for people. I want to find a way to provide the problem that COVID-19 has created. Few people are going to do that. And those few people are going to be rich. One of our speakers, I was shocked when she was telling me, say, I'm in Ogbomoso, perfecting my agriculture business. And I was like, go girl. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. Remember what I told you about wealth. Rich people do what their mates are not doing today so that they can afford what their mates cannot afford tomorrow. That's how wealth is created. Just do the opposite. When people are playing, you work. When people are working, you play. Simple. It's as simple as that. Go the opposite. When people are investing, you do what? You harvest your investment. You pull out. When people are afraid of investing, that's when you invest. Is the secret to success. Do the opposite. The reason people are poor is greed, is selfishness. Me. How about me? Oh, they didn't call me. Oh, I didn't get the money. Oh, I didn't get the grant. My parents didn't care. My mother didn't love me. My uncle didn't care. My husband is the devil. My wife is the wife of the devil. It's always me, and everybody's the problem, but not me. I'm the best guy, I'm the good guy, I'm the one that gets it right. That is the reason for poverty. To be rich, you have to start thinking of other people. You have to let go what needs to happen for you and begin to think of what needs to happen for other people. In the process of doing all that, the universe begins to organize what is due to you. In the process of doing all that, finding a way to solve other people's problems, the universe organizes that they all contribute their money to you. I've said this again and again. You say rich people don't want to give. Say that again. Say it again. Rich people are greedy. Rich people don't want to give. I hear you. Why can't rich people give all their money to the poor? It's just the stupidest idea I've ever heard. Let me give you an example. Dangote decided to give out all his money. Okay? All his money, $10 billion. $10 billion. Dangote decided to give it out. $10 billion. Now, the real truth is if Mr. Dangote give out $10 billion, as long as you still buy sugar from Dangote, okay? As long as you still buy sugar from him, you buy salt from him, okay? As long as you still buy sugar from Dangote, you buy salt from Dangote, you buy Dangote spaghetti, and very soon you start buying fuel from Dangote. All the money he gave out will come back to him. It's just how it works. Yeah. I can't see him on the webinar. We can't see him. We can't see him. What name did he use to join? And why didn't you guys give him a unique panel link? Okay. So guys, you need to know this, and this is very, very important, how wealth is created. So if all the money in the world owned by Dangote is given to the poor, as long as the poor people collect Dangote's money and go and use that same money to do what? To buy what he sells, the money will still go back to him. This is why a lot of the humanitarian NGOs are not really serious with what they are saying. To create income equality, you need to do one thing and one thing only: empower people on how to make money for themselves and not just give them money. That's how to create income equality, to balance, to create this income equality we're talking about. You want equal income equality, then show people how to invest, teach people how to make money work for them. You want income equality, show people entrepreneurship, show people that even while working for a company, they must save 20% of what they are making and start by investing it. This is what we're saying here. It's key. Can you send his link to his email? Sonny has just dropped his email, so show that. Okay. So our next speaker is late, but he's joining us. Okay, he's even here. I can see him. About 40 minutes out of his time is gone, but let's still see what he is able to help us achieve. He's the chief strategist of Heritage Bank. Yesterday, we had the group managing director of Heritage Bank share with us, and we didn't have enough time to even get to know more about the bank and some of the amazing products they have for SMEs, for all of us watching from different parts of the world. But I'm glad that we have the chief strategist here. So aside his presentation, we will be able to take some questions from him, hopefully about his bank. Hopefully we'll have time to do that and get to know more about that. Mr. Olusegun, can you unmute yourself and let's have your video. Thank you for joining us. It's really good to have you here.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you today? Thank you so much for joining us.
I think because of the bandwidth, I may have to put it on a video, not use the video. Otherwise, the network is not very good.
Zoom actually doesn't take much bandwidth. Because so if you can.
Okay, that's fine.
Zoom doesn't take much bandwidth. So if you can, please do, because it will enhance ability to our audience ability to enjoy the presentation. Right. Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, please can we all clap as we welcome Mr. Olusegun Akanji. Come on, everybody. Can we clap from where we are? I know it's virtual, but you have the clap sign. Okay, so just hit the clap sign as we welcome him. Those of you joining us on Instagram, Facebook, Periscope, feel free to begin to type your question during his presentation so that immediately he's done, we just go straight into taking a few of your questions, because we hope that Frank Donga will give us maybe 10, 15 minutes from his own time, because Frank Donga is the next speaker after him. Hopefully we can eat a bit into Frank Donga's time. So, okay, good. I can see him clapping for him. Obi Naibe is clapping for him. Ada is clapping for him. Eric, you're clapping for Mr. Shago.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so I'm going to be using, I hope we can see me. I'm going to be using a flip chart. So I hope you can see me.
We can see you now. Beautiful.
Yeah, good. So I'm going to be using this flip chart to basically speak to us about how you can negotiate loans with Heritage Bank. Thank you for having me, and apologies for coming in late. So now, as far as Heritage Bank is concerned, first we started our operation on the 13th, on the March 4th, sorry, of 2013, when we came into the market. And as a bank, we have impacted the market largely. I believe most of the businesses I'm talking to are small businesses. Most of the guys I'm going to be talking to are going to be small businesses. So I'm going to be talking to us on how you can work with us in terms of strengthening your business. One of the ways we actually follow up with businesses is through what we call advisory. So we provide a lot of advisory for small businesses. Now, and I believe the easiest way to be able to get the best of this conversation will be through us, through a lot of questions. So I'll speak less and I'll take more questions. That way, it will help me to address the concerns and expectation of most of us on this conversation. So as Heritage Bank, like I said, we opened shop on March 4th, 2013, basically with a philosophy of innovation and partnership, which is the angle through which we work with small businesses. And then, of course, is the idea of wealth creation, wealth preservation, and wealth transfer. So for small businesses, we work with them through partnership, and we kick off the advisory the partnership through what we call advisory. And that is where we are able to provide different financing solutions. That's where we are able to provide different financing solutions to support small businesses. For example, in agriculture, where we started what we call the homegrown school feeding, as well as the anchor borrower program in combination with CBN, which other banks are now on, it was an advisory raised project, so that we go to each project with the expectation to understand it and be able to support the customer or the client around their value chain so that they can get the kind of full-scale service that is required to build their businesses. So today, irrespective of the sector that you are in, we approach you from the point of advisory. And the advisory is basically to understand your business. Because you see, one of the mistakes we make in banking is that most bankers, we assume that we know so much. But what we have done as Heritage Bank is a language of humility, to learn from the owner of the business, their perspective for their business, and then we can bring in our financing knowledge and knowledge of that industry. Combining that together, we can bring solutions. So we can also be able to define what kind of lending this customer require. So most times customers approach us as a bank, they just tell us, I want a loan. Now there are different kinds of loans. And you just don't require a loan. Sometimes some customers do not really require loan, but because of the challenge they have with their business, they assume that they have all they need is finance. So we try to understand what we call the cash conversion cycle of most businesses, cash conversion cycles, what we call the cash conversion cycle of each business. We want to understand your cash conversion cycle from your production, from the point of production, or from the point of sourcing your input, from the point of sourcing your input to your production, to your processing, to your selling, and to your cash collection point. So we know what are the period ranges and gaps that you have, and how we can come in and provide you the solution that will enhance your business in the name of. So in trying to understand how you can be successful in establishing that business, in trying to understand how you can establish that business. So once we get that sense of how you can build that business, then we are able to come up with a solution that works with you in terms of time and the resource requirement that will support your business. So in terms of understanding Heritage as a financial institution, like I said, we started on March 4, 2000.
Okay, we lost Mr. Koji's audio, but I think he's back now. You may just need to repeat what you said last. We lost your audio at some point, but you're back.
Oh, sorry about that. Can we hear me clearly now?
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
So what we do is, I said last that we tried, I'm hoping we heard me to the point of cash conversion cycle.
At the beginning of that conversation of cash conversion cycle, the gap between, how cash comes in and, your last word was you started Heritage Bank March 4, 2004.
2013. Can we hear me now?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so I'm going to backtrack a bit and I'll take it from advisory so that people can understand. So we'll take it, I said we approach all small businesses or every business like through advisory. We do not assume that we know everything about your business. So we come in with the humility to first understand your perspective, your knowledge of your industry. And then once we hear from you, we bring in our advisory skills and help and discuss the solutions that will be fitting for that business. So I said one of the things we try to understand through advisory is your cash conversion cycle. Basically, what is cash conversion cycle? We're saying that from the point you get your input to the point you sell it to the market and get money, there are different processes involved. So we understand other processes, establish the timing they take, and establish where financing is required. Now, if you truly require financing, we will tell you this is the point where you require financing. And sometimes it might not just be a loan. It might just be issuing of a guarantee, which is cheaper than a loan. So it might be a guarantee to a supplier that you needed so that you can enjoy supplier credit rather than getting a loan that is more expensive. So if we give you a loan, for example, of say 20% at the time or 25, and you just come and say, oh, some banks will do that, just say, oh, you need a loan, your business is good, okay, take a loan of 25 million. Then you take the loan of 25 million, and then your business gets into trouble. We don't do that. What we do is that we try to understand the business through the cash conversion cycle system. And once we understand it, we then, through that, are able to determine what it is that you actually needed. So once we establish what it is that you needed, whether it's really financing in terms of loan or financing, what we call an unfunded financing, which might be a guarantee or a performance bond or of some sort, that we were able to help you leverage this instrument to build your business. So that's where I was when I turned back to the next page where I wanted to discuss what we call the 2 time zones for businesses. So businesses have 2 time zones. The first time zone, which we are all familiar with, is the zone of comfort. And then the second zone is the zone of crisis, what I call the crisis zone. So there are these are the 2 zones for businesses, which whatever the business depend irrespective of the size of the business. There are 2 time zones for all businesses, the zone of comfort and the zone of crisis. So most of the environment has moved now from the zone of comfort to the zone of crisis. So in terms of the zone of comfort, we use the zone of comfort, we use strategy for businesses. So we can plan 5 years, 7 years, 3 years, you know what it is when they say, what do you want to be in 5 years? But in terms of crisis, you get tactical. And for us, as a bank, we approach all our customers with the time zones that they are in. Now, the whole world is in a generic crisis zone, but different businesses oscillate between comfort and crisis. So we understand which time zone is this business. Once you understand the time zone where your business is, we know we are able to profile together the solution that you require in terms of support so that it actually meets the need. So you cannot use a crisis zone financing solution to meet the need of a business in a comfort solution. Neither can you use a comfort zone financing solution to meet the need of a business that is in its crisis zone. So we separate between, we want to understand the time zone of your business. Which time zone are you in your business? Are you at your early stage? Are you at your pre-revenue stage? Are you at your revenue stage? Are you at post-revenue stage? Or what are you experiencing? So all of this we try to understand so that we can then bring this different solution. Now, in applying for loan, basically we kick off, we don't just say go and open an account. We first let you see what we can do for you. And then that is to convince you to take a decision to open an account. So because of the rule, regulation of banking, the first step to working with us as a bank is open an account. After we've discussed and understood what you want us to do, right? So we open an account and place you in the right hand, in whether it's you are a corporate banking customer or commercial banking customer, SME customer, retail customer. We place you in the hand of those that can provide the kind of service that you should enjoy. Then we go on from there to say, okay, once we have done this, it takes, because of rule again, it takes a couple of months because we need to understand, you know, your business, have a KYC on you, and then we go on to say, okay, you can apply for this loan now. And it can start from small amount of lending or issuing of guarantees to bigger volumes progressively. So once we get to this level where you apply, all the kinds of documentation required are also given you so that it's easy for you to package them. And typically, one of the things that every business should have ready is have your business plan ready. Always have your business plan ready. Reason is this, it's going to be one, and always tweak your business plan because it's one of the documents that will be required at most times, especially when you are a small growing business. Secondly, is we have entered a phase globally. Every business needs to build, whether you are big or small, you need to build your BCP, what we call the business continuity plan. Every business needs to build its own BCP so that BCP is going to become a document that most banks will be requiring. And even us will be requiring that as we go into the next phases. Because one of the challenges we've seen in recent times now, given the experience of the world, is that most businesses, even global businesses, do not have efficient, usable BCP. So every business needs to build usable BCP. And some businesses, as we have it today, may not be talking about business continuity. They may be talking about recovery, business recovery. What do I mean by business recovery? Some businesses are not going to be able to restart because the fundamentals of their business has been taken over by situations. So by the situation we are experiencing. So their businesses will not be useful or may not be able to resurrect, basically. So those ones will require what we call business recovery. And for business recovery, you still need to talk to your banker so that your banker can help you to be able to get off the ground for a recovery of your business. That is, I think I will stop there and I will take questions and I will use that question to address most of the areas of need that we will come across. Hello.
We can hear you. You're good. We can hear you.
Can we hear you? Hello.
We can hear you perfectly well. Guys, if you can hear Mr. Segun, just type, I can hear you, I can hear you, I can hear you. Everybody's hearing you well. And we can see your map.
I'm going to take some questions. So with that question, I can address some of the issues that we may have in our businesses so that we are more practical and interactive.
Is it possible for just help us do like a recap in 2 minutes of what you have shared so far? Then we'll start the question. So guys, if you start typing your question, Mr. Olusegun will do a recap in just 2 minutes.
So what I'm going to do, what I will do quickly is this. I'll take us back to the slide I made, basically introduce Heritage Bank and when we started. And I spoke about our foundational pillars, innovation and partnership, and then of course, wealth creation, preservation and transfer. And I said our partnership with businesses is driven from the point of advisory. And the essence of the advice is to enable us to understand the business that you run and the sector. And then we combine our own experience as advisors with you in terms of the knowledge of your business. We bring the economics of that business to bear, and we understand the cash conversion cycle of your business, which is usually where financing solution is required. Once you understand the cash conversion cycle of your business, with you are able to profile solutions that will meet the need of the business, whether it's cash, whether it's loan in terms of financing or non-loan in terms of non-financing. So maybe guarantees like advance payment guarantees, bonds, and different kinds of instruments or letters that we can issue to support your business, rather than taking normal loan, where most businesses, small business may not even require a loan, but they go and approach the bank and say, I need a loan. And that gets them into trouble. It might just be a guarantee that you need to give to your supplier, who will then supply to you. And then you can enjoy what we call supplier credit, which is far less expensive than getting a loan. So these are some of the points through which we come into advisory to help the customer. So I went on to say that we understand also from the point of advice that every business operates within two time zones. Every business operates within 2 time zones. The first time zone is the comfort zone, where we are all used to. And at that point is where we talk about strategy. Talk about what's your strategy? What's your plan? Say, well, where do you see yourself in 2 years, in 5 years? That is the point of strategy, where you have the comfort zone. But we then go, the second zone is the crisis zone. Every business operates within these 2 time zones. So in times of comfort zone, we operate with strategy. In times of crisis zone, we operate with tactically. So we're able to help you nip it in the bud and be able to shorten the time of crisis through the support we're able to provide. And I said entry into the bank is very simple. Upon the advisory and discussion, and we're able to convince ourselves that we're working together, you enter the bank through the process of account opening, because that is regulatorily required. Then we go to the application process. Then I narrowed down to say, look, apart from business plan and strategy that you may be asked to provide when borrowing, the next thing that may be very useful now is that we are going to be having what we call, every business, we have to provide a business continuity plan. That is becoming crucial from this time on. And then I said finally that many businesses are not going to be able to recover because the foundation of that business has been shaken seriously by the things that we're going through around the world. And so such businesses may have to look out for what we call a business recovery plan rather than a business continuity plan. So I said then we will move on to question and answer so that I can use that to explain and be able to ensure that I'm meeting the need of the audience. That's where I stop. So I'll be glad to take questions and answer now.
Thank you, Mr. Olusegun. Everybody just type, thank you, Mr. Olusegun. Thank you, Mr. Olusegun. If you've really had a great lecture from him, just type, thank you, thank you, thank you. Want to say thank you so much for this practical session. A lot of people asked questions about loan yesterday from Dr. Sekibo. So this at least has given an idea on some of what goes behind the scene that many of us are not aware of. So Henry has a question for you. It says, for a business that already has a loan and now their cash flow are impacted by COVID-19, is there a form of moratorium in place, or how do you advise such businesses to renegotiate the existing loan during this tough season?
Okay. I know it's a popular slang now, people want moratorium, but the first thing is, and many people get moratorium, but that is really not the solution to the problem. The first thing is to, once you are back in business, is to understand, not just to say, I want moratorium of 5 months or 6 months, is to understand, how do I get back into cash flow? How long will it take me to get back into cash flow? Once you are, because the banks we want you to understand the economics. Many business owners understand the technicality of their business, but a lot of times they don't understand the economics that govern the business. So we want you to understand, we want to ask questions that will make sure we are convinced that you understand the economics governing your business. So the first thing is to work with you. When are you going to be able to get back into cash flow? Positive cash flow. When you can service your brand. So it might be 1 year. So if it's 1 year, if you're going to have a moratorium of 3 months, you're already in trouble. But when their financing is built such that we understand that we can see that, look, your cash flow will start to run in 1 year or in 7 months, we can then say, okay, so if your cash flow start to run in 7 months, that means you need a moratorium of 9 to 12 months. So if you are taking a moratorium of 9 to 12 months, it has other implications. So we could say rather than paying principal, maybe from 6 months, you can start paying only interest so that the weight of your business is reduced. So the nature of the moratorium to be asked can vary. But of course, the process of renegotiating, that's where you need an advisor. So we would like, for us in Heritage, we want to be able to work with you. We don't just want you to take that decision that, oh, I need a moratorium. No, we want to be able to sit with you, understand the value chain of your business re-entry once you start your production. Not just about the loan first. Because we want the customer to prosper. Once the customer prospers, we prosper as a bank. So we want to understand when you are back, and then we work together to see, when are you going to get back into positive cash flow? How do you get back into positive cash flow? So that once we understand that and the value chain that will surround that business, we can establish the period it's going to take. Again, it takes us back to your cash conversion cycle. So once we are able to establish that you have moved from out of your crisis zone back to your comfort zone, that is basically what governs that. Then we can say, it takes you 5 months to move there, or 6 months to move there, or 7 months, and then we determine the moratorium required. Is it a full moratorium of principal and interest? That is one type of moratorium. Is it a full moratorium or a partial moratorium of just paying your interest and leaving principal? Or is it a restructuring of the loan? So if the loan was supposed to be for 6 months, can we say it's a total, we can rebuke the loan as a fresh loan, right? Sign new contract and say, okay, this loan now is a 5-year loan. Before it was a 2-year loan, because that is what your business can carry. So that is where you need the advice of your financing bank, so that, and they must demonstrate that knowledge. So it can happen in different ways, but of course, these opportunities are there for everyone to tap into. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Again, we have been with the Chief Strategist of Heritage Bank, Mr. Olusegun Akanji, and he's sharing with us a whole lot about the dynamics, the economics, okay, of taking loan and in this tough season. Feel free to type in your question across Facebook, Instagram, Periscope, whatever you're watching, and we're going to take your question and give it to him. Considering the fact that nobody saw the COVID-19 coming, even the best small business continuity plan may be impacted too by the effect of COVID. Was there any form of insurance in place that can be claimed to cushion the impact of this?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me, in our time here in Nigeria, there are insurance types you can take, but of course they are limited. But if you talk about global environment, some farmers take insurance on their harvest. Some institutions take insurance on revenue. So it depends on what kind of insurance you have sought. But again, there are now, since we've seen flood and earthquakes, there have been conversation around insurance on earthquakes and flood, because we've seen that happen. Now, what did we see now? It's a situation where we're having what you could call a force majeure on everybody. Now, if you have an insurance on your revenue, for example, the insurance will not say they will not pay because it has affected your revenue, which is the underlying subject matter of the insurance. Now, the only thing that can happen is they will take a conversation with you to say, look, there is a force majeure here. If you, instead of paying you 100 naira or $100, because of the force majeure, which also impacted their own business, they will only pay you 70 naira, which is better off, or $70, which is better off than zero. I don't know if that makes sense, but that is what will happen. Now, we do know that the current crisis, the last time we saw something near to this was in the 1900s, during the Spanish flu, or in the 1800s when you have the bubonic plague. We haven't seen it like this in modern world, where everybody had to practically lock up or lock down, as the case is. So, but then insurance has a role to play there. Insurance has a role to play. Now, when I say BCP, we know that the BCP may not fully capture everything. However, look at businesses that are running digitally. If they didn't have digital capacity that they built into their business as part of their business continuity, they would not be able to do service. For example, companies that require you to deliver pharmaceutical deliveries.
Mr. Frank
Most of them are
Donga,
switched to online.
welcome. Mr. Frank Donga, welcome. We're wrapping up with the Chief Strategist of Heritage Bank. and we're going to pick you up very soon. I'm sure you're ready for us, and thank you so much for coming. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
So first is a business continuity plan is very important, irrespective, and it's about business continuity is not just to say this is what will happen or that will happen. It's about scenarios. So, and we do know that there are scenarios.
Guys, I think Mr. Koji's network just went off there. Okay, hopefully we're able to bring him on board.
Pharmaceuticals and e-commerce businesses are on fire because everybody have to go through that to supply, to meet the supply needs in the homes and in businesses. So we need to look at that as part of our plan, add insurance to that, and other financing solutions that will be coming up post-COVID. A number of financing solutions are going to come up post-COVID, and whether in terms of intervention from government or intervention from banks, that is going to definitely help.
Okay, the final question, so that we have our next guest, is what measure will the bank take in the SME when there is a case of default after moratorium? Then also you merge it with this, how do people access Heritage Bank's as SME? What product do you recommend and how do they sign up for these products?
Okay, so when even after moratorium, a business is on.
Hello, Mr. Akonji, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. So there are two questions. How do people sign up for your SME packages? What are they, as well as for default? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, I'll take the two together. Now,
Go ahead.
In the ordinary course of things, even without COVID, businesses do miss moratorium time. So it's not because of COVID alone. Businesses, even in normal times, they do miss moratorium time. So it's basically, again, the first point of engagement is to understand the reason for that. We always want to understand what challenges are first before we provide solutions. Maybe, for example, you are supplying to the wrong customer. We have customers that are doing good business, but they are making supplies to wrong partners who will not pay them back. Now, it's not like they are fraudulent. They have made supplies. Now, the person will not pay them back. So we have to find a way to work together to ensure recovery happens. So we can tell them, which is why we tell customers, particularly, ensure you diversify your supply base. So if, for example, you supply to a company, take an example, you produce plantain chips and you only supply to one supermarket all the time. So once they have a problem, you are going to have a problem. So we say, rather than supply to them, widen the base of your cash flow to other sectors, and we start to help you to do that as well. So what is very important is we understand it, and then we give reasons to management as to why we either have to extend it or help you in terms of the diversification of your supply chain, so that you are not a unique supplier to one supermarket. You supply to various supermarkets. Even when one impacts your cash flow, the several others will help you to brace up. And then the bank can still support your business with a bit more financing because you have a good business, that the foundation is strong. And then you can fight the battle for recovery legally from wherever it is that your money is hanging. That's the first thing. So the bank can always refinance or repackage your loan where it is seen that you are not, it's not a fraudulent situation. It's not a situation that you diverted money and stuff like that. So the other point is, in terms of what are the options for small businesses, or what we call them small growing businesses, because we believe the small business today will become the large corporate tomorrow. So what are the opportunities in Heritage for small growing businesses? We say we have different financing solutions depending on the sectors that you play in. So we have for agri, we have for creative industry, we have for manufacturing. So it depends on, again, where your business is at the point. Are you an entry-level business, or you are an established business or mature business? So we have different kind of solutions that you are able to tap into. And how do you get into them? Basically, How do you get into them? The entry point is the same. The entry point is first, let's open an account because that is what the law requires. After discussing your business, what we have added is before even asking that you open an account, we must have established that you are able to work with us and we're able to work with you. We've seen that we have a solution amongst the bouquet of solutions that we offer. Once we've looked at that, and then we will show you these are the possible options you can take. It might be the general overdraft, it might be the term loans and all that, or this what we call the specialized products that we also offer. So then you go on to open your account. We assign you an account officer who takes you through the financing process and then works with the head office where required and the risk team to support your business in different angles so that you are able to build a sustained and growing business. That is the way we work. So we work from the point of advisory, basically. Thank you very much.
Wow, come on, guys. Can we clap for Mr. Akanji, the Chief Strategist, Heritage Bank PLC? Everybody, can we just clap for him and do a big thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there a way we can reach you for those who want to?
Okay, so what I'm going to do, can we see the whiteboard I have here?
Yes, we can see your whiteboard.
So I'm going to write my email so you can send me an email or my phone number, you can call me. So I'm going to do that quickly. So I'm going to write it in caps so that it's easy for you to pick. My name is Olusegun. So my email is olusegun.akanji. Olusegun.akanji. Akanji is A-K-A-N-J-I. Can we see that? Olusegun.akanji. Can we see that? So at hbng.com. Can we see that? Olusegun.akanji at hbng.com. And then you can reach me on 080-234-420-97.
Okay.
Is that visible to all?
Yes, is visible. 080-2344-2097. Frank Donga, pull up your screen and ask your question directly. My next guest has a question for you. Frank Donga, pull up your screen and ask directly.
Can you see me?
Yeah,
yes, Mr. Donga, I can see you.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for that.
He looks like a professor this morning. Mr. Akanji, will Heritage Bank give Frank Donga a job? Because he looks like, you know, at least he looks better than when he normally looks for a job in his kit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akanji. Well done on the analysis and the explanations. Very much appreciated. You mentioned something about moratoriums and loans, and it just came to my mind. Not anything personal at this point particularly, but I know there were movies that were in production in the entertainment industry in Nigeria. We call Nollywood. So I was in one of those movies, or maybe a couple, and many other colleagues of mine. Posters were printed, halls were rented for premieres, handbills, flyers, events were planned. People were paid.
Yes.
Just a week to the launch of this movie, or a few days, some on the day, the government, you know, decided to come up with the preventive measures of locking down the system. Well, what we call the lockdown. People have spent money. Imagine somebody had collected a 20 million naira loan. Obviously, you know, that's, let's just say 50 million or 100 million naira loan for a low budget movie. Now, he has paid caterers, event planners, he has paid for billboard at Lekki mainland. Money has gone. Cinema cannot open till further notice. We don't even know. I know there's moratorium of a year, but what happens to those kind of guys? What practical step can they take? Because the truth of the matter is, by the time this whole thing is over and cinemas begin to say, let's start small by small, the chances are that those kind of businesses or those kind of investments might never hit the target, because now people are more skeptical about going to public places, and he may never realize the full potential that he would have gotten from that business. And guess what? Maybe he was banking on maybe Christmas release. Now that thing is wobbling, or Easter, maybe he wanted to release his program for the movie for Easter. Maybe it was an Easter movie. Easter has gone until next year. What can this guy do?
Okay, thank you very much. Very, very important question. Thank you, Mr. Fan. and practical too. First, that's why you remember I mentioned some people are going to have to do what we call business recovery. Some are doing business continuity. That is different from business recovery. Now, an arm of business recovery is called disaster recovery, because that is already a situation of disaster. And like I said to us in the first, in my second slide, I said, I don't know if you were here then, I said there are 2 time zones for every business. The 2 time zones for every business is the comfort zone and the crisis zone. So the business is here. You need tactics, not strategy, to come out of it. You need to be tactical. So what do we do for a business like that? It is a one-on-one advice program. First is one thing that is germane, which is the capacity to produce, is there in that person. So you want to be sure this person has resilience. Any business entrepreneur, whether in any sector, the first thing you need when you are facing a disaster is resilience. So we want to test the bank, we want to test your resilience. Any bank that you deal with will test your resilience. If your resilience is intact, okay, you will get support. So you can then discuss, how do I trade myself out of this situation? So we call it trade-off. How do I trade out this situation? So you have a content that you have not shown to the public, right? That content is still with you. So you probably have recorded that content with maybe out of your 100 million, maybe you spent 30 million to do the recording, right? Right? So the hotels, the various places we played, they are still there. So they can shift they can give you a time zone. So you go and negotiate for a time zone, even with your bank. That the bank will go with you in this time. So like bank like us, we go to our customer to such event situation. So we book the meeting and say, okay, this man has paid you 5 million for hall. He was supposed to do this thing, just like everybody is a force major. So the first thing is, can we move this? When is the launch going to happen now? Can we get that date? So you have saved some money there. But the money you have paid the coach, who has that one is gone. So we now look at the money that can never be recovered out of this business. So at the end of the day, let's assume that 30% of this money is gone. That is the risk we are facing. If you have paid the cinema people, they will still give you slots. So you now have to look for what we call the uptime, not the downtime to launch. When is your uptime? As the things are getting normal, when is your uptime? So we plan the uptime with the cinema and add a lot of things to it that we attract present. So we do that with you, and we know that what we are up against is 30 million or 40 or even 50 million, whatever the amount is. So once you understand the amount that is in crisis, what cash is in crisis, okay, once you know that, then we know how many things do you need to do to take out this loan. Okay. So we can say, okay, as a bank, the interest as a bank, the kind of bank we are, we review with you because we know, okay, so we can suspend interest. We can do interest for a period. Because again, a bank too is not a charity. But we also want the customer to pay. So we will suspend this interest, or we can write off 20% of your interest or 30% of the interest. These are conversations. So because the bank now understand where you are at, but a lot of the challenge we face with business owners, they don't come truthful. A lot of business owners, apologies, don't come truthfully. That is where one big challenge. Just like they accuse our bankers too, that bankers are bad, and of course we have bad bankers. But it's also that we have over time understood this. But when you find a truthful customer, committed customer, you scarcely find them in a situation where the bank is not able to help them or work with them to get to the point where they are back on their feet. And we can give you tons and tons of that. So once we establish that, we know, we can make a case to money and say 20% of this is at risk. We call it value at risk. So we know the value that's at risk. So this customer is at risk for 50 million. So us as a bank, we are able to help you take maybe 10 or 20% of it. Then we say, okay, what do you need to do? How many things can we do that can trade out this crisis? We renegotiate the contract. We sign new loans. They rebook the loan. We do everything and get you back on stream. Because in any case, we cannot keep this money in our vault. It's useless in our vault. It's good customers like that, even though they are being challenged now, that will use the money and make money for us as well. So we understand that terrain and then help them to get back on their feet. And then gradually, by the time he does 4, 5 good movies and content, he's back on his feet. He's buying those beautiful cars that you people buy.
I wish people.
You people.
You people.
So please, if you have any person in creative industry that is facing that kind of crisis, we'll be happy to talk to the person.
Nice. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr.
Fandonga, my pleasure meeting you. I hope we'll see you soon.
Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
I'm actually Frank Dogan's manager, so if anything, anything with Frank Doga, please reach out to me.
I'm happy that you're my manager. Please, I've not got his salary for this month. I'm sending you for straight away.
There's COVID now.
On this account, I am going to be signing out.
Awesome. Thank you so much. God. Can we all clap for Mr. Akonji as he leaves? Everybody come and say thank you, Mr. Akonji.
Thank you all, guys. I'll be looking forward to meet you again online next time. Apologies for signing in late. No. Thank you very much. No enjoy the learning session. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only Frank Donga in the building. Can we all shout Frank Donga? He's going to be sharing with us on a very interesting topic. And I think I love the topic, right? You know, and by the way, just like Jim I, some of you don't know, Frank Donga is very cerebral. You know, the same way Mike blew you guys away, be ready to be blown away. There's a lot of times those in the entertainment sector don't know how to play, and that they don't have, you know, they are not. So I want you to know that it's not that. At least you're going to allow him to do his thing. So he's speaking on how to thrive in entertainment and comedy post-COVID. Okay, how to thrive in entertainment and comedy post-COVID depression. There's a lot of depression going out there, and this is an opportunity for the entertainment and comedy industry. Please take it away. You talk for about 30 minutes, and then we'll take Q&A from people as we then wrap up. Thank you for coming, and good to see you again.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure being here. Everyone that's online right now, I appreciate you for logging in. I know it's not easy in this COVID period for somebody to be running data, but trust me, you're investing in yourself, you're investing in your future. It's a good decision. I take online classes every now and then when I have the opportunity to. Trust me, there's nothing as beautiful as if you have the means to improve yourself. You learn every day. It's going to make you better. There's no investment or knowledge that is lost. This Upgrade Summit 2020 is, you know, about improving ourselves, and the focus is how to thrive in entertainment and comedy post-COVID depression. That's what it has been tagged. This particular session I'm having with you for the next 30 minutes approximately, and I'll be speaking on exactly that. So let's dig in. First of all, post-COVID-19 entertainment and comedy. What's it looking like? I'm happy that Mr. Akonji, the previous speaker just before me from the bank, analyzed and illustrated what can be done to loans that you have borrowed. First of all, entertainment industry, you know, we have a lot of things going on. You might not realize it, but there's a whole lot of people that are directly and indirectly employed by the entertainment industry. So don't just look at actors, musicians, dancers and say those are comedians and then they shop the money. Not be like that. Too. A lot of other people, industries, careers are moving around entertainment in Nigeria. For example, you have event planners, you have hall rentals, money exchanges hands, catering or caterers, you know, make money, makeup artists, ushers, MCs, dancers, musicians, comedians, decorations experts, electricians, set designers, sketch artists for illustration, for storyboards, writers, directors. A whole bunch of people rely directly or indirectly on the entertainment industry. So anything that touches that industry touches not just actors that you see on TV, it touches a whole lot more people behind the scene. That's why this is important for us to discuss. Unfortunately, this COVID-19 and the subsequent lockdown, loss of lives, loss of businesses affect almost every country in the world. So it's not unique to Nigeria. One thing I'm going to be quick to tell you is that things are constantly changing. Even WHO people, when they talk, say this virus as it be, they change information. You understand? So don't think anything I tell you now, it's going to be the hard and fast rule. That's why I encourage you in my opening statement to always embrace knowledge. Be out there, keep your ears to the ground. Information might change at any time that will switch things in a direction or another direction. Now, the entertainment industry in Nigeria, unfortunately, we don't have the same structure like the people in the West have. What do I mean? Of course, buffer things like solid, robust policies that are enforced, things like royalties or residuals for actors. If you don't understand that, what that means is if you create an intellectual material or you make a creative product, a music, a movie, or a book, maybe you write a novel, things like that, you get small money based on how much money your product they make for market. You get small of that money for the rest of your life, or sometimes for the rest of the contract that you have signed with the person helping you to sell it or produce it. So abroad, you have actors that have made movies as far back as 20, 30 years ago. Checks are still coming in because one platform comes up now, maybe a voice over a VOD platform, a video on demand. Maybe you're a voiceover artist for a commercial and you didn't sign your right away, or you're an actor, you featured in a movie. Actors in America, let me give you a practical example. You know the actor called Will Smith? He was one of the prominent characters, if not the prominent character. Yeah, it was. The movie was the TV series about him, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Will Smith, after he became Will Smith as we know him now, starring in Men in Black, making big budget movies, Will Smith a couple of years ago got signed another multi-million-dollar contract. Why? Because Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, that TV series, that comedy TV series, was freshly sold. So they had to go into another contract with him, meaning the period of time with which he signed that they can use his image in that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air comedy show had expired. For example, let's say 10 years, they signed contract and say 10 years. They were selling Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. They sold it in Africa, Asia, America. They sold it all over the world. They were making money, a lot of money. The studio that produced it was the lead actor. So after that period elapsed, they saw that the movie was still selling. What did they do? They paid him more money. So till Will Smith will die, all the movies he has featured in, all the content he has done, all the comedy materials he has done, he will be making money from them till he dies. So such people, they might not have the same impact as somebody that has to wake up in the morning and go and do catering service or makeup service in somebody's wedding every Saturday to make an income. It's still entertainment industry, but the resources, the structures are a bit different. That's why I said in Nigeria, our situation is pretty unique. And that's why sometimes we have these things, sometimes they're not that prominent, they're not always there. That's why we have to be on our toes and we have to work a bit harder. You have other things that you struggle with in the entertainment industry, like copyright infringements. Not that you have struggled to use brain work, sweat. You have produced a commodity. You have produced an intellectual property like movies and all the likes I mentioned in the entertainment industry. Or you created a show, intellectual property theft. You do your show, somebody carry phone, begin to record your comedy show. Or you did a movie, you put it online. Somebody screen recorded the movie. Or you produce a song, they went to go and do illegal download of the music and they're distributing it. They dubbed it on DVD and CD, on flash drive, and they're selling it. They put it on their blogs or their websites. People can access it for free. In a short time, millions of people have had access to your content that you are hoping you make money on. Meanwhile, you used a lot of money to produce the content, so we struggle with intellectual property issues in Nigeria. Apart from that, we have high density entertainment sports. It's still part of entertainment. You have parks, resort centers, game reserves, clubs. Clubs especially are high impact or high density entertainment spaces. People go there to relax, to unwind, to play games, karaoke, restaurants. Such things too will be affected post-COVID-19. What I'm trying to do is take you down how this COVID-19 is affecting specific areas of the entertainment industry. When you understand that, we'll now begin to jointly look at how we can overcome the challenges, because there's no point answering a question that you don't know. There's no point providing solutions to a problem that you're not aware of. That's why we're trying to identify the problems first, then we see how we can move on from there. So now, and in Nigeria, we don't have as many platforms that take on entertainment content. In abroad, abroad you have Canal Plus for French people. It's like our own DSTV. In America, you have Hulu, you have Amazon Prime, you have Netflix, and many other ones that we've not even heard of before. There are plenty. So if you make a movie, what that means is there's competition between content curators or people that want to buy your content. There are platforms, like we say, platform Yapa. If you don't take it to A, you can take it to B, C, or D. If A is doing Yanga, you can take it to B. If you don't feel happy with the contract or the terms and conditions that B is giving you, you go to C. There are plenty. In Nigeria, we don't have a lot. I'm not going to mention names, but you know them. From cable services to online platforms, there are not that many. We have them, they are growing, but there are not that many. So we limit the opportunities that we can have from making income from these sources. Now, so meaning there are less opportunities to monetize than maybe people abroad. Generally, in Africa, we have a lower disposable income. What does disposable income mean? It means the extra cash when you get to flex after you have done the core things that your life needs. Let me repeat, disposable income is that extra cash where you get to flex after you don't pay the normal bill where you're not supposed to pay as a human being, like house rent, buying food, maybe you have car where they take you go work, you fuel the car, clothes, your health insurance, or you save money for health and emergencies, your children's school fees, your water bill, your electricity bill, those cuttings that you have to pay, gaskia every month. After you remove those things, any more amount that is left that you can use to flex is disposable income. Normally, disposable income around the world, people spend it on entertainment, maybe sports and other things. In Nigeria, we know our GDP, we know that a lot of people are in poverty. International organizations have tried to warn us. Some people are helping us to come out of poverty. Nigerians are also working from leadership to followership. We're all working to make more of our people come out of poverty. But what that means is that not everybody can afford a VOD platform, a video on demand platform. Not everybody can buy cable. Not everybody can stream movies or content online. Not everybody can afford to go to the cinemas. Not everybody can be buying DVD. Not everybody can be streaming and downloading movies of high quality. So that means we are left to produce content at the level at which more of the masses are. There's nothing wrong in targeting upper class, but of course, you know, the upper the class you go, the fewer they are in number. So those are the situations we find ourselves in. And that is how COVID-19 might affect. So all the things I've said now, you can now begin to extrapolate and see how COVID-19 will affect, or we're talking about post-COVID-19 depression. Let me not use the word depression for now, because the truth of the matter is we don't really know how this thing is going to play out yet. Somebody once said that Nigerians are very resilient. Yeah, we are. That's the easy for Nigerians to adapt to change, because normally you would think, after COVID-19 has been declared internationally to have gone, people will be very careful. People will not go to sports again. They will not go to clubs again. They will not go to, maybe they will reduce church. They begin to stream church online. People will not go to gatherings. They will reduce party. They may not. I don't know. Nigerians are funny people. We are very difficult to predict. So it's in your hands. It's in my hand. What we decide to do after them within our safety limits. Of course, we have to stay safe, guys. We need to stay safe. But I'm saying all this so that we understand what people are going to do. So now let's dig into the matter. The obvious thing that will happen immediately this COVID-19 period, even from now, because now they don't reduce lockdown. So going forward, what have we noticed? You too, answer the question. In your neighborhood, what have you noticed? Probably people are not going out yet. Nobody wants to peme. Everybody's staying at home, looking to the burglary proof. So waiting the happen for outside. Everybody listens to radio, watch television, go online to find out. Waiting the happen with this coronavirus. Everybody's careful now. Some people are spending less money. You understand? On entertainment. Some people are going less to places that they don't need to go to. That is going to affect entertainment, obviously. In a show, we see people, they jam pack. I don't want to mention this. There are some concerts that happened on the island this year. That the traffic, some people could not sleep at home because of the traffic due to a music concert on the island. The streets were jammed. The venue was jammed. People were touching each other. They were on top of each other. People were wounded. They were carried out. People were jumping fences at a particular hotel. I don't know if that is going to happen exactly the way it used to happen anymore. It's difficult to predict. But definitely there might be a change in some of these things that are heavy crowd attractors or heavy crowd magnets. So let's say that is what happens, meaning there'll be less people coming for events. There'll be less people at parties. There'll be less people to cater for, if you're a caterer, meaning income will reduce. So definitely we have to be more prudent. We have to be more shrewd. You yourself, you have to spend money or less on things that are not very, very essential for you. Even you, when they watch me, at times, let me say before, maybe they chop 3 or 5 buns, they wash and down with soft drinks. Now, you don't reduce down to like 1 or 2. So it's part of normal human reaction. That is what will happen. How do you now survive? Excuse me. How do we survive in the entertainment industry? Of course, this thing we're even talking about now is supposed to be a one-on-one or maybe a physical venue meeting. See what we are now, everybody's holding phone in their hands. There are advantages and disadvantages. One advantage, I don't know what thing you do after they look you now. Some of them are the shop. Some of them sit there on top bed. I can't see you. So in the comfort of your houses, some people they bathroom, they bath as they talk now. Some people they inside toilets. We know if you see them, some people they cook for kitchen. We can't see you. That's the advantage. In the comfort of your house, anything you want to do, relax. You are getting the information or sometimes the entertainment you need. Nobody worry you. If you go to a physical conference, you have to dress up, bath up, put on good perfume, bath, all those things, inconvenience for some people. But now the comfort of your house. But the disadvantage is that now data you dey run. You know, you go on decide, is the advantage more than disadvantage for you? Because if it's advantage that, maybe now waiting I go here, the joke when I go here, say that they go crack. Now I see they hear live, and now my phone is there. If that's good for you, good. So it now depends on how human behavior, especially Nigerian human behavior, will not play out after this period. But definitely, more content is going to move online. That is the reality. Let's not deceive ourselves. You know how many people don't they do skits? You know how many people don't they do online programs? You know how many people don't they do motivational speaking online? You know how many people don't do conferences online? Definitely. Now we've seen that if I don't go to that club this Friday, I won't die. In fact, unfortunately, some people are realizing that okay, if I'm not physically in church this Sunday, it doesn't mean I will go to hell. Now we can stream. So more people are beginning to use their devices, technology. Meetings that they would have driven all down to the location for. Now we can do it remotely. Wearing boxers and t-shirts in your house, you can attend the meeting. All you need, as a day now, you don't know whether I just t-shirt and jacket and cap I wear. Whether I know even wear trousers, whether I boxers I wear, you cannot know. You know, so those are the comfort things that we are getting from this new change. Advantages and disadvantages. My hope is that more and more Lagosians, especially, will utilize this opportunity. Instead, make traffic, they want everybody for Tom Milan Bridge. Stay in your house. Something that you don't need to physically be there, you can stay in your house. If everybody rush to work at the same time, some people that you have 8 o'clock meeting, now they move it to 7 o'clock. Tell everybody, wake up in your house 7 o'clock. Let's do production meeting. 7 a.m. I know what I suffered in those days. We will leave the house 5 a.m. on the mainland, be struggling to island 7 a.m. for one meeting. God knows why. Why people are coming from all over Lagos as far as you tell them to come to VI to come and do meetings. Monday morning production meeting 7 a.m. CEOs and MDs. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. You cannot do me anything. I'm online. I'm on your phone. You cannot touch me. Advantage. I can talk anything I want now. Nobody can catch me. You understand what I'm saying? So the point now is I hope people are going to utilize this technology. Unnecessary physical locations and meetings will cut it down. Okay. Now, very quickly, I move on to what we can do post-COVID-19. As we move further into this post-COVID era, people are going to explore more of what they can get online. Now, you know why people in the house now? Because everybody they holla, businesses they move like before. People in travel industry, you understand? Obina Ibe, I see you. Good morning. I see you. Nacho. Welcome, everybody. I greet you. As soon as they come, invite your friends too. They send them the ID. They join online. I have just a few minutes left to wrap this up. So my desire is that people will have an attitudinal change, that we will utilize technology more, that we're more careful, we live a better, fruitful life instead of wasting resources. But post-COVID-19 in the entertainment industry, how do we survive? I think we have to be dynamic. That's the first thing. We have to be attentive. We have to pay attention to what is happening around us. Human behavior is difficult to track. Your business, your entertainment industry is generally reliant on people's attitude. Somebody where they cry, maybe no one listen to joke at that time. Person where they hungry, maybe no be comedy skits they do them at that time. He needs to eat. That's somebody when don't feel safe, when we say, say down the street, they hear gow. You can't and say, when I come out to I get one joke when I want crack. Then go hear you. So things like entertainment and enjoyment, they are heavily reliant on security, safety, health issues, and available money to spend. That's when not get job. Any joke when you want crack around. If that joke not involve money, he go hard though. Our papa then they talk say, "Onga no fit enter belle, make another gist enter." Now the thing we supposed to enter in belle now, they have to make money out of shop. So definitely we're an industry that is reliant on people's attitude. So first of all, I believe in prayer. We have to pray that things improve. Two, we have to work at it. While we are praying, we have to work. Any business that you can move online in terms of entertainment, move it online. Any business that does not involve heavy crowd, don't they say they will shut you down. Say now you they gather crowd. Stay safe, wear your mask, wash your hands. Our hygiene level needs to improve. But beyond that, entertainers now need to be more proactive and dynamic. If your conversations can go online, if your content creation can be done in a way that you don't need a lot of people, we have to be. That's why we have to be creative now. I see stand-up comics having opportunity post COVID-19. If you're a comedian or you're a speaker or you're a trainer with a funny edge, because when you're talking about when you're talking about entertainment, no, it wasn't network, Ejiro. It was somebody that tried to call me. I don't know why this app allows people to call you when you're on conference. They suppose, I don't want, if to say I give them inspirational, maybe they don't go take my idea. But if person call you now, get one robot to support and say, the guy when they follow talk, be on Zoom. Guess what? He will even sell their market. You understand? I don't know see this thing, they record them, maybe, or guy record them, make it be evidence. Zoom people. As people call you, programs say Zoom go tell them, say the person who they call and they on top Zoom, not to pick your call. You know what that's going to do? It's going to force the person that is calling to say, I'm waiting, they talk for Zoom. Which means in day, automatically that thing fits send them the ID number. They will just come look you for that Zoom meeting where you did, thereby drawing more people to the Zoom. You understand? Now be the thing. Some boys say, the love of your life is on a Zoom call. They say, hey, wait, Zoom call, who they call them? They said, do you want the Zoom ID? Yes, it's in a meeting. You go click yes. You go look where she talk. Who they follow my babe talk for Zoom? Okay. And some women too. You will attract customers to your Zoom platform. So anyway, back to the matter. You need to be proactive as an entertainer. Obviously, you are moving more online. The people where they cash out now are telco because we don't enter their trap. Say if you no call, you have to use data. So it's a good time for them. VOD platforms too that you can watch. And they are attracting customers. So what entertainers need to do right now, if you're a musician, do virtual collaborations. There are things you can do. Employ technology. That is number one point I want to advise you. Sorry, that's number two. The first thing is be attentive, be alert. No singular person can tell you the recipe for success post-COVID-19. The secret is in how much are you willing to adapt. How much are you willing to learn? You can't even know that there's something wrong or something is changing if you sit in your comfort zone and just think the world is the way it was. No, constantly find out what are people doing now. Is it TikTok? See how much, even TikTok don't cash out. If you say that they spend money to download things called TikTok, but don't cash out. Everybody's now on TikTok. Everybody's trying their talent at home. Children are not trying to learn online. People that are creating entertainment materials. If you're an entertainer or you're an education specialist, they add small entertainment to your education. You have more audience because people are depressed, they are sad, they are at home. If you're a nutritionist, now carry your content online. Before, it used to be how to lose weight. Now, you go tell them how not to gain weight. You are saying the same thing, maybe different things in the same way or the same thing in different ways. Before, carry your matter online. How not to gain weight inside COVID-19 shutdown. Now, bring brain. Now, people who say they get weight, they don't want to jog outside because they fear. Now, things they can, if you get staircase for your house, climb your staircase 18 times, you burn X amount of calories. You they get the scope when they drop so. Now, you tell them say before, up, down, you play music, right? Stretch and stretch. Now go down low, and twist. Drop your waist, wind your waist, break your back, twist your leg, knock yourself, all those things. Now, title your matter, say, how not to gain weight in COVID-19 lockdown. It will get their attention because a lot of people are trying not to gain weight. You understand? That's one. How to learn and laugh for small children. If you know you have a talent to talk to young children, you have a voice, or you have a charisma or a character that children will like, start to teach them 1, 2, 3 in a funny manner. If not language, you'll be shocked. Where these all people their house now? People, everybody just useless, partially. You understand? They use some of them, they speak 2, 3 languages. Yeah. You did it, the door yourself. Your neighbor wants to learn Igbo. Your cousin wants to learn Hausa. You know, if they do Hausa video tutorial, they send them by WhatsApp. Nobody they call social media. Nobody they do Instagram or Facebook. Some people, they just want to learn better English. Yeah, so man, now so they blow up and down. Make money with your phone. You will start like they play first. See, no lie yourself. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be instant. That you just start cashing out on digital conversion. Man, look my time. Hey, I have like 9 minutes more. Okay, man, I just want to make sure I've said all the points. Solution, smart scripting. Okay, fine. So you have to adapt. First of all, be attentive. Adrian, I can't go on forever because I have time limits. Then we can take question and answer. I can talk more there. See, you have to be willing to adapt. Open your eye down, your antenna. The scouts. What are people doing now? Me now, I don't say TikTok. Don't they say? In fact, somebody from TikTok reached out to me a long time ago to do something with them, to partner with them. I was like, which one is app, Yapa? But now everybody use TikTok. If you're a programmer, you're in the entertainment industry, you create apps, you write codes. If you feel write some open-ended codes, people with the IT will understand what they talk. Maybe now filter, if you create. This is your time. They do funny filters, they go, people go, they download them, they go, they enjoy them, they go. If you can do educational materials from home, you can cook. Record with your phone as you are cooking. So those are things that people that are not even in the entertainment industry can do. People in the entertainment industry, you were doing food show before. Now, wait. Bros, set up green screen at home. Adapt. There are some things you can do from the comfort of your house now. Maybe say just set up camera. Start with just put phone. They do the magic now. 80% of us that are listening to me right now are listening on your phone. How many people get laptop? If you're watching on your laptop, please type in your comment section. Just say I'm watching on a laptop. There are not many. Put your phone, hang on. That food show way they do before. Make people understand. Trevor Noah with the Daily Show. Steady in they get between 1 and 4 million views on YouTube. Well produced. Okay, laptop. Phone, laptop. I just see one laptop now. Trevor Noah, the Daily Show. You check it on YouTube after this session is over. Or you have time on your hand. Trevor Noah now from house in the operate. He go record, email or with transfer the footage to an editor. You can do collabos, virtual collabo. That's the next point. So apart from being attentive and alert to changes and trends, you have to be alert as an entertainer and as a comedian. Be alert to changes and trends. Before now, you do stand-up comedy. Everybody do on TikTok. Shem, there's one guy they call Shem. He's a colleague. He's a brother, a colleague in the industry. I know many people have used his voice in TikTok. Shem, yes, mama, yes, ma. How many teas are in Tantalizer? Something like that. You know, funny. He does very different funny things. And then people are using the voiceovers to do their own comedy. This is the time to do it now. You are still keeping your brand alive. Shortly, I'm going to go into monetizing those things. But first of all, let's get something serious. We are in a thing that has not happened before. It is new. This kind of a thing. I don't know anybody now that was around during the pneumonia plague or the Spanish plague of about 100, 200 years ago. I don't know the dates. No, crucify me on the dates. If you want, go and Google it. I'm not your professor, even though I look like one right now. And I talk, I can't talk. I don't come to give you history lesson. That's not. I'm ring my cap. If I sweat, tell me, Mark, clean my sweat. So the coconut be say, while you are adapting as a comedian or as an entertainer, there are content you can do. I'm sweating. Okay, don't worry about the sweat. Let's just listen to the point. As an entertainer, what you can do is adapt technology to what you are doing. Content you can produce from home. Do virtual collaborations. Reach out to people, record your material, send to each other. Look for how you can remotely collaborate. Yeah, thank you, 1929 for the point I mentioned. But as an entertainer, learn to adopt technology and adapt to the changing times. If you can do stand-up comedy sketches from your house, do it from your house. If you can, very soon, people like cable networks can be asking you that just put a camera in your room, stand up and crack your jokes. We'll collate jokes from different comedians, maybe 20 or 30 of them. We'll make it into a show every week. We'll be relaying it on TV. And they'll be paying to your account because people are still subscribing to their own platform. You can make money from that. It might be difficult to say go and create an app and be putting your content on the app and make people pay. We are still growing in the app business in Nigeria. Not a lot of people are ready to go and subscribe on an app like Netflix, like Amazon Prime. But get yourself ready for technology to be more important in your craft. As an entertainer, technology and devices are going to play a more important role. Do remote collaborations. You have to be smart as a writer. If you're a writer or a director in the industry, this is the period to now start gathering materials, writing stories about the life of one guy or a community and how they survived COVID-19. If you're a documentary filmmaker, start thinking that line. Post-COVID-19, a lot of people want to know how it affected people all over the world. Look, a lot of platforms will be taking content on how COVID-19 affected different communities. If you're a documentary filmmaker, this is the time to start writing that script. If you're a storyteller, you're a scriptwriter in Hollywood, start writing scripts around how a pandemic affected a young couple's love. How maybe one of them got infected. The other person was sneaking into the isolation center to come and see his or her loved ones. And they caught him. He was thrown in jail. He was tried. All those kind of stories around things like that, let it inspire you. People go on watch him after. Nobody say everybody did the mood of COVID-19 and lockdown. You go just carry one random story come. It's not bad. But at times like this, stories around surviving lockdown, breaking out from lockdown, love story around lockdown, around isolation, those kind of things, ride on the trend. Thank you, Ejiro, you are in spirit. Ride on the trend. For the next 1 or 2 years, this kind of thing will make sense. Ride on the trend. People don't ride on the trend of masks. Now everybody don't do designer masks. I had Fendi, or is it Gucci? You can buy all this mask, designer mask. I don't understand. But some people cannot be caught on fresh. If I'm going down in style. That's their own logo. I would rather wear mask as designer. People have been no man of designer things. Designer coffin, designer. Let me talk more. So these are the things that people ride on this trend. Then you can make TV content from the comfort of your homes. Now that they have released lockdown, you might want to invest in equipment and materials that you can create content with from the comfort of your homes. What am I talking about? Green screen is a very easy thing. You can go on YouTube and learn how to write green screen. 1 or 2 LED light panels in your house, a simple microphone on your chest, a nice camera in front of you, you can begin to do monologues. Very cheaply, you can create content from home that they don't have to look cheap. You can use wallpaper to design the backdrop, like this plain wall now. If I use wallpaper, or I call carpenter. Carpenter does not, you can do social distancing. Carpenter will come and measure it and send measurement to him. You will do pako that I can hang. That pako, I can be putting wallpaper, different wallpaper on this side this time. I can repeal it, put another wallpaper to be changing my background if you need to change background. If you are a comedian, this is the time to explore multiple character performances. After this session, I'm going to post a new content that my team and I just created on my Instagram page. I think the first time I'm going to do a multi-character performance. I played 2 characters that are identifiable. Before now, I used to play multiple characters on my comedy sketches, but I won't let you see that it is me that played the other character. What I'm saying is I can be talking to myself in an interview. I'm not going to let you know, saying I may be the interviewer, and I may be the interview. You just say that Frank Gonga did the interview. But the best way they interview me, now still me play them. Sometimes I tweak my voice. Sometimes I use voiceover of somebody else. This is the time to explore more of those things. So if you explore more of those things, you can save costs. Because I told you, that's why I went into all the story in the beginning, in my introduction, about how money and disposable income is going to be affected. Understand? So you can save your own costs too by spending wisely. And then you can also explore more talent from yourself. And then look at Eddie Murphy, he played Inspector Dr. Litu, Dr. Dolitu. He played so many other characters. Naughty Professor, thank you. He played multiple characters. In a whole house now, you can read the house. You alone, you can play multiple characters and save costs. And you are COVID compliant, COVID-19 lockdown compliant. If you have just one camera guy and one sound guy, the sound guy moves, mics you, he steps back. Camera guy set up his set. One set designer will come, do the set. All of you are in another room. You gotta do the set. You do the set, finish. Light guy will come, light it. You can, your camera guy will come, set up the camera. You as a performer, you come, do your performance. Cut from another room. You can be using walkie-talkie or phone to talk to each other. Because the truth is now that gathering a crowd in a movie set now, if it be hard, I don't know what other policy government is going to come up with and say, you cannot gather a crowd for a party scene. And too many people, because we don't even know if religious centers are going to be opened yet. So you have to be ready. That's why I said, number 1 point, post-COVID-19 depression, be adaptable. Open your antenna down for changes and be ready to move with the changes and adapt. 2, what's the second point? Somebody remind me of the second point if you are listening. I don't know if you are listening as a good student. So the first point is be adaptable. 2, you need to employ technology or explore technology. 3, collaboration, remote collaborations, virtual collaborations. 4, you also need to be dynamic with your skill and your assets. Be dynamic with yourself and your assets. Learn to cut down your budget. It's part of being dynamic, because now you might not be able to afford a large crowd even if you have the money. Now a lot of people don't have the money. So people have done movies that they don't go to cinema. It'd be like, say, investment one bond, but we see about that. Thank God we had a banker talk to us about moratorium and how you can sweet talk or scope your banker or your investor. Nobody say scope like that. Everybody knows say outside tight. Brands after now begin to employ people that have good traction online. People that already have a following and a clout online, you will still engage them. So don't worry if you have already been doing comedy sketches, you've been getting paid. It's like I say, business slow now. Don't worry, business is going to come back. More brands are going to explore online platforms. Guess what? Why? Ad agencies cannot do activation like before. If you're an advertiser, you know what I'm talking about, activation. They gather crowd, gather drum, go on the street, use speaker before a crowd will surround them. Now they might want to do something less flamboyant. Because now markets, the government, they regulate markets Mondays and Fridays between 8 and 2. So how many crowd you want the blast music for? Somebody that come buy new soup. So if people launch new things now, they probably look for people that have online presence and regular stuff, and then they distribute or advertise through them and then put it in shops. So people are going to do more personalized engagements. People will pay me now, say, maybe one new soap comes, say, maybe I take the soap bath anytime I want to do my content, you understand? So those kind of things. So get ready. When I say be adaptable, that's what I'm saying. So also you need to position yourself and get ready. 5, be consistent. Whatever you have chosen to do, be consistent with it. It's not easy. Trust me, I know I've been there. It's not easy, especially when you're about other things or you're a family man. It's not easy to be consistent, but try your best. That's why don't choke yourself up. If you can only produce 60 seconds of content every week, start with that and make it consistent, 60 seconds every week. In between, you can also introduce something. Now, when I say be consistent, that's what I'm talking about. You don't necessarily have to do content every day to be relevant. Not everybody that drops a material content every day. I'm overshooting my time now. Please, Mr. Akitayo, give me 2 minutes more. Let me spend it to 12:05 and I'll round up. So now, be consistent with the content you have decided due to your observation, adaptability, collaboration, and the use of technology, those previous points. Then be consistent with them. Whatever content you have decided to birth with that, be consistent with it. Not all businesses and talent and efforts in the entertainment industry can work with this formula. That's why I said be adaptable. If before you are used to show, big show, now look at how you can do exclusive material, even if it's to distribute to people on WhatsApp, test the waters. That's why I say be adaptable. So after you are consistent with whatever you are choosing to do, the next thing for you to do is to have to think of monetizing it. Don't just flood that content for content's sake. Maybe you have a movie you want to test the waters, release teasers, see how people ginger with the movie. When they ginger reach one level, you can think of now monetizing, like taking them to Vimeo and say you have to pay me to watch it. Have a long-term monetization plan. Don't go and waste the best of your effort because you are trying to be relevant in entertainment and in comedy. So those are the things I think we need to be very particular about. As far as, let me check my bullet point again to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Yes, TV content. So if you are an editor, now that children are at home and they might spend more time home, I don't know. Educational materials in entertainment form. I introduce myself as an edutainer. I mix education with entertainment. I love education so much. I'm passionate about it. So every now and then, I try to do political satires. I try to do motivational stuff and talks. I try to inspire people with my comedy or my jokes, with my storyline. You might not be in your face, but really that's my intention, to make sure that after you have opened your 32 and you have laughed, you have learned something. That's my intention. And I'm also exploring other areas of content that I wouldn't have probably done before now. But now that there's some time on our hands and we're moving around less, watch your weight. Don't go and just blow up, because that's another thing. Don't go and shoot film from home now because you're on lockdown. Your cheeks have grown between scene 1 and scene 2. They look at you, you enter house in scene 1, you couldn't finish it. By the time they shoot scene 2, and you come out of the house, you just went to go and get your car key, your cheek have blown up. Watch your weight if you're in that. If you're a model, don't go and lose it. Don't let your stomach be hanging down like a shirt that they put inside the wardrobe. Don't watch it. If you're a model, stay fit. If you're an exercise person, walk up and down the staircase of your house. You burn calorie. You understand? Plenty things that you can learn on, that you can adapt to. If you're a beautiful person, you can start your makeup. You can be modeling makeup for people. There's so many things we have to adapt. In the entertainment industry, we have to adapt to. And with that, I think we should also share ideas. We should also share ideas. It's not going to be one size fits all. It's a constant learning and relearning, unlearning, relearning process. But in entertainment industry, I don't think it's all gloomy for entertainers. I think we can still make do of what we have. Up to now, if you have content, solid hot content with the tap, maybe say nobody ever see. Like you have 40 episodes of a banking international TV series. Talk to Netflix. They are looking for content right now because content scarce. People are not producing right now. The content we are watching now that are coming out new are content that we have produced like 2, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, sometimes 1 year ago. In the next 6 months, now that we're not shooting anything, content goes scarce. So if your idea is, if your idea is brewing now, you will chop the benefit very soon. This is the time to start investing in dot script. Call your script writer friends. Start sharing ideas. Start writing that script now, developing it so that when you are ready to shoot, bam, you just shoot. You are ready to run. Don't be saying when they are on lockers or COVID-19 on you and so not starting to gather materials. Don't wait. Be ready. Thank you, Ejiro. You took the words right from my mouth. Don't wait. Be ready now. Work on yourself. Then share ideas. Talk to people. Employ technology. You can't say it enough. Experiment. Try new things. What else? Yeah, I think that's about it. So, Mr. Akitayo, if you are ready for us to take the question and answer, I believe more explanation will come from the question and answers time. So I don't want to just keep talking and talking. I want to hear your feedback too, guys. What question in particular do you have? If you're an entertainer, you're out there, let me know what questions you have. Yeah, I can see some of your comments. Yeah.
Clap for Frank Donga. Everybody, come on. Just clap for him. Use the clap sign. Thank you. Good job. I mean, whatever way you want to commend him, go ahead and do that. We are streaming live on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook. So I'm able to see comments from Facebook, Instagram, as well as here on Zoom. Okay, good. So Boale is clapping for you on Instagram. People are clapping.
Thank you.
On Facebook, Henry has just been excited. Says this guy is deep, man. He's deep, he's deep. Oh, deep. Okay, so guys, you can start typing your questions. Pat Ade Moroti on Zoom says, thanks for this lecture. How do we get a recording for this talk? Oh, go on YouTube now. The YouTube version is there. Instagram version is there. Facebook is there at Upgrade Summit. Also across all my social media handle. We were streaming live, even on Periscope. There's no platform with Instagram except for TikTok, and I don't think TikTok is streaming. So on all those platforms, you could go download. Henry says, so how do you make money from YouTube views and Instagram or Twitter followership? Please clarify the step or process.
Okay. Making money from YouTube is not as straightforward as some people will make you believe. Yes, you can make money. Yes, a lot of people have become millionaires. Some people are making millions in Naira on YouTube. Inside Nigeria, there are not many. And outside Nigeria, a lot. So let me just tell you the truth. To make significant money, as in cool money, cool cash, the kind of cool cash that I can say, ego, you have to have views in the range of millions. The more international your views are, the better for your income. Meaning, if more of the views you have, let's say out of the 1 million views, you drop one content line, bam, 1 million views. Out of those 1 million views, maybe like 800,000 of them are from UK, Canada, or the US. It's even better for you. Those are the highest paying sources. Why? Your YouTube views are directly linked to advertising. You have to monetize the content. There are conditions for monetizing content. So I'm coming down step by step. So first of all, I'm telling you, I know an analysis of somebody or a team in Nigeria as we speak, that before the COVID-19 at least, they have been making nothing less than 3 million naira every month on YouTube every month. Why? They have close to about 12 million views. Let me repeat that. These people do comedy content on YouTube at least 4 times a month that I checked. Each of the content they do, they have four contents minimum every month. Each of the content they put up on YouTube gets like 3 million views within a week or two. Multiply by the 4 contents or the 4 times they put content in a month. That is roughly 10 to 12 million views. Most of the people watching their content are watching from Trinidad, India, UK, Sao Tome and Principe, countries that are not even Nigeria, and some of the views are coming from Nigeria. So these people, out of that 12 million views now, they must have monetized their channel. If you don't monetize your channel, you can't make a couple. You have just wasted views. To even monetize your content on YouTube, there are conditions. You can go through YouTube conditions for monetization. You can check, Google it out. But I will just hint on it. I won't go deep into that. I think you have to have 4,000 hours of watch minimum, and you have to have a certain number of subscribers. I think, so there are conditions. It's not automatic. Don't be say today now this morning just say, hey, I get one comedy idea. I'm gonna put that for YouTube. I will just monetize them now. I sure say it will go viral. If it go viral, 20 million views, I'll cash out. Not be like that too. Your content, the longer your content on YouTube, the better for you, because the longer your content, the more advertising you can get and put on it. But before you get to that stage, you must have had some numbers of hours of people watching the content. YouTube said they're smart. So, but to get content on YouTube, you have to first of all identify who are the audience I want to supply. Are you doing language in a particular content in a particular language or another language? Are you doing a short format or a long format content? I know a lot of Nollywood movies get a lot of traction on YouTube because a lot of Nigerians outside the country, they are thirsty and hungry for homegrown content. They want to watch Nollywood content, so they log on YouTube in UK, Canada, and US. So I think that shoots up the views of people that are creating African magic standard kind of content, like Nollywood, Yoruba, movies, Igbo music movies, Hausa movies. That gets a lot of attention. Some comedy sketches to get attention, but the longer your content on YouTube, the better for you. You can put more ads. By putting more ads, I mean on YouTube, after they have allowed you to monetize that content, after you have met the requirements and your content is hot, you can now indicate how many adverts you want to put to watch. You know those adverts that used to annoy you when you want to watch YouTube video? Don't lie, I know you. You put your cursor on the skip now button. Yeah, those kind of adverts. You're actually skipping somebody's income. I beg, if you see monetization on my personal video on Fandonga YouTube channel, not skip them. No, not fight. If you skip them, you're already shortchanging my income. So when you skip ads, it reduces the income chance of the video that you're about to watch. If you click the ad and you go to the page of the ad, you're increasing the revenue of the video that you see on YouTube. So that's how it works. So if you don't monetize, you don't get nothing. If you monetize based on the people watching you, where they're watching you from, and the kind of content it is. If it's a family content that a lot of people are willing to put money on, it's better for you. If it is adult content or content that has a lot of curse words or sexual material that they can't allow children to watch, it reduces your chances. So there are so many content, If it's a technology-driven content, chances are that telephone makers, computer makers want to advertise on that kind of content that they say advertise on it. So that is different from direct money that you make yourself. If I put my content on YouTube and it is banging, people are watching it, they're hot. One juice company, if you call me for Lagos, say, where are you from? I say, I'm in Lagos. You are doing your content from Lagos? I say, yes. They say, okay, we noticed that I used to drink something inside glass cup, like this one now. Every time you are on your live, or every time you are talking your content. I said, true. They say, can you put our juice, that is our juice, the logo will be on the cup so that they can see that because it's a new flavor, maybe strawberry flavor of that particular brand. They say as you are drinking it, just flash the logo on the cup. That's all. And they pay me. I charge them. I will charge them. I collect the money. I will not tell you people. Maybe it's juice you want to hear. It's gist and comedy you want to hear. I'm drinking my juice. I didn't say go and buy the juice, but I'm flashing the logo. It's called product placement. That direct money comes to you. before you even upload on YouTube. So there are so many ways to monetize this kind of content. The shirt I'm wearing now, if I begin to put one particular logo, maybe it's crocodile that is here. After a while, everybody knows that Fandoka is always wearing this shirt, crocodile. Maybe I have different colors of it. And somebody say, I like that shirt. Say as if it like silk, just soft. See the V-neck, I like it. Frank, where did you buy this shirt? The next thing, I start putting it on my page with the crocodile logo and the name. The moment I put a link under my video and say, if you like the shirt I was wearing in this video, that's called merchandising. That's another way of making revenue from YouTube videos or content creation online. You can merchandise part of the things you're wearing. This cap now, somebody say, Baba, this cap now, where did you get it? I put the link, online store today. If you be my online store, say if you want to buy this my can cap, or you like this glasses frame, or you like this shirt, I put the link there. If you go buy them here. You know, anything, maybe something I'm drinking, something I'm eating, something I popped out on a video, that's merchandising. Direct views will come from how many ads you can have on it that you allow YouTube to place. Those ads, now YouTube, they put them there. Now people will pay YouTube to advertise with them. If your content is suitable, YouTube will place ad on your content. If you get millions of views, you can make some decent amounts. So that is how it goes. I hope that question was answered. It was a long answer, but I felt a lot of people are also interested in that. That's why I took time to explain. What can one do to piracy?
Yeah. Okay. Somebody's asking about piracy, right?
Yeah, what's the question? I couldn't read this before the question went off.
On piracy, did I say?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm not sure. Okay, yes. What can one do to piracy since the online is more people without control, so you can't make your money? Do we have online content control?
Yes, we have. For example, if you upload my latest skits on YouTube and you go and monetize it, if I find out, I will flag it and report you to YouTube. In fact, let me tell you, for your content on Twitter and Instagram, they allow you to report an account because a lot of us don't read the terms and conditions. Before you open your Instagram and Twitter account, they ask you, they give you a set of rules and you click agree. You know, most of us are so eager, just open account, rush. You know, they read agreements and terms and conditions. Go read them. You did there. You are not allowed to post a third-party content without permission. You said it. I cannot post any content that does not belong to me or that I don't have right to post. So if you post content that does not belong to you and the owner of the content wants to report you, they can report you. YouTube will take it down. I did one skit. I used Adele's song. Hello, it's me. I did a skit around it. I just put her music in the background and I was doing comedy on top. I was talking to Adele and she was responding. Adele's record label on YouTube, they complained and they flagged that content. It's automatic because Adele's song is all over YouTube. And I think that level of musician, there are softwares that can recognize those copyrighted music. So they recognize it and they send me a message. You see, you have copyrighted music in your content. Do you want to dispute this claim or you want to agree? They say if you want to dispute it that it is not true, you will click dispute, then they will tell you to upload the license that you have because their own software has recognized that either the soundtrack you used or the image you used or something in your content that you uploaded is copyrighted, is not your own. So you can report piracy. If you notice your content is being stolen by somebody and the person is monetizing it, that's direct stealing. It's different from when a fan likes my comedy sketch and they repost it on their page. They're not selling it now. I don't get a problem. If I appreciate those people, I will go to your page and come and thank you and say, I appreciate you. Well done, sir, because you uploaded my content. Not only me, they comedy, you know. I not pay you for your data. Now you by yourself appreciate what I do and you upload and you repost them or you retweet it. Yeah, that's not what we're saying. That's not piracy. But if you are using it and you are monetizing it in a way that can hurt the original owner, the person can come for you and complain. So you can complain on YouTube. Other things, I'm sure you can also complain. For every website or every blog, there's always an administrative body. Maybe some WordPress people you can report to. There's always a company in charge of that online platform that you can report an account to. So piracy is even more difficult online. It's just that most of the time, people reposting your content or uploading it for fun is different from that's different from you release a movie, a brand new movie in cinema. Somebody went to go and record it with phone, and they put it online on YouTube. You can flag that account so they can suspend the account or delete it. That's not what we're talking about. If somebody has released a body of work that they are selling, you don't have any right, just because you bought the CD or you recorded it with your phone illegally, you don't have the right to put it out for free. It's not your own. You can't even put it out for free. The whole content, no, they can flag you. What was that question? I think somebody, either Obina or what was that next question? Somebody somebody was trying to ask a question.
Says, what can one do? Okay, no, this is Henry. How often does the payment happen? And what if we give credit to the source?
I'm not sure I understand the question. How often does the payment on YouTube happen? Right? I guess it's talking about
Yes,
YouTube.
on those various platforms. Then if you, like the comedy skits you did now, you use Adele. What if you admit that it was Adele's song? Will that exempt you from the crackdown you experienced?
Yes, okay. So let me finish the Adele story. So they said, flagged it and said one of your content has been flagged. The reason, they said you use copyrighted material. They said options 2. You want to dispute it. That also happens for other things. So let me finish the Adele story. They said you want to dispute it or you want to agree. They say if you decide to agree, we don't get problem with you. We want the music to spread. But anything that you make, if you monetize this music, anything you make, we share the money between you and us. And I click, I agree. Now my song, not my song now. Why not go share the money with you? They recognize the fact that I have put my talent into the video too. I recreated something, but I use Adele's voice. And they said we recognize that you have used Adele's voice, our client, we are the record label. Anything you make, we will share the money. Or if you want to contest it, that is one. So that was what happened to me. Other ways it can happen. Sometimes I buy music when I create my content. I buy music from music creators around the world. I get a license. Then I put the material, like my comedy sketch. If you type Frank Donga abroad hustle. So it was Frank Donga in America. I put the comedy on YouTube and I use music. They flagged me. They said, you have used copyrighted material. I say, what now? Which copyrighted material did I use? Not the music when I buy with my money when I get license. Do you want to contest it? I will contest this one. Or do you want to leave it? I said, I will not leave it. I bought this license. I paid the $1. So they say, click, I click. You are contesting. I say, I'm contesting. They say, what is your proof? License. I say, license. I click it. Next thing, one window open. I say, upload your license. I say, no, Lily. Meanwhile, the place where I buy the thing from, they don't already send me license, digital license, like a PDF like this. I uploaded the license. After 24 hours, they free me. They say, you are clear. Chicken. I monetize my content. I went to go and change the content some time ago. I saw some dollars there. So that is one. I can't remember the second question. Is it about how often does the money come? The money comes every month on YouTube. YouTube money, people get checks every month or every quarter. It depends. I don't know. But I think we should concentrate on making the money first because it takes a lot to make this money. We're not talking about because I got 5,000 views. Therefore, you're expecting a check. I don't know about that one. Unless somebody has paid you before you produce it. Like I told you, maybe you have done product placement or one company has paid you to talk on their behalf. Why are entertaining people? I have already connected demo at the back end. Unless that, you need views in the range of hundreds of thousands and millions. For example, now somebody did a music video, maybe a musician, he or she drops it. New music video, and you get 800 million views. Hey, do you know how much that will rake in all over the world? Imagine like a Beyonce drops a new music video and she gets 900 million, or Jay-Z, 900 million across the world. Now we're talking serious cash. I think it's usually, is it $1? They call it the pay-per-click. So there are so many dynamics that go into it. For example, if people click the ad on your video or not, can affect your income. I already said that. So, but it's roughly like, I think $1 to 1,000 views for every 1,000 views or so. Or is it 1,000 or 10,000 views? There's a rough estimate. All these things you can find on Google or YouTube. They have all this estimate. There are many people who have done videos on it. A lot of people have done it. But that's why I don't bother my head. And how much will I make? Some people have already become YouTube millionaires in their head and they have not shot one video. So if I can do this video and it goes viral now, let's say 300 million people watch it, that's times 20. So let's say 50% of them watch from America, 10% from Nigeria, 20% from Canada and Honolulu. And then Alaye, free the calculation. Do the content first, let it bang and be consistent with it. If I were you, I would do like 10 episodes down and be listening small at the same time. Get people to get addicted to it. Then they are demanding. Company will call you safe and say, Alaye, Baba, wait. How many episodes you get? You don't show 5. You don't show the other 5. Help us put our product in the next 5. You already, if you don't make your money of production, say finish on that one. So don't bother so much about how often they pay. But anytime, okay, how often do you care that they pay? If they want to pay you $1 million every 1 year, it's not the money. $10,000 every week, not the money. So let's concentrate on doing the content that will grip the attention of the people now and post COVID-19. The money will come once you can cross that barrier and fulfill all these requirements. Yeah. Next question, please.
Awesome. Okay, good job. We've been having a great time. Somebody is asking that, what about sports? What about somebody in sports?
Beautiful. Actually, let me show you my notes. This is my note, my note I had in my hand. What I said is COVID-19, entertainment, sports, and comedy. I was going to touch on sports, but because I started, I came on, and when I started talking was 11:29. I had to edit the sports out. So I didn't tell you that. I was going to talk about sport because sports is entertainment. It's not a do or die affair. Any sport, I stand to be corrected. Sport is entertainment. They will say sport is sport. Yes. Contact sports might suffer a bit for now. Things like wrestling. You are face to face with somebody you are touching. Things like boxing. You are sweating, you are holding each other. Before me, I know they like this kind of violent sports anyway. So, but I think contact sports, it will take a while for them to adjust. Most people, when they say sports in Nigeria, they're usually talking about football. But before we get there are other kinds of sports that will give me concern post-COVID-19. Bacteria, viruses, and some other kind of infection can spread very, very easily through liquid. That's why they say cover your nose when you are sneezing with mask or you are coughing. Because when you sneeze, tiny droplets of water carry these particles, these are the germs, into the air, and they can enter somebody else. If somebody is infected and he enters swimming pool, and you are a swimming coach, and the person is coughing or sneezing inside the water, and none of you are inside, it increases the chances that it might spread. I don't know how this thing will affect swimming in the Olympics and other kind of platform for swimming competition. Yes, swimming has chlorine. They have chlorinated the water. I'm a swimmer. One of the things I enjoy doing most in my life is swimming. And I'm a pretty good swimmer at that. I want to slow down first and make sure all necessary things have been done in a public swimming pool before I dive in. I don't want to dive into problem. I beg. So definitely this COVID-19 is affecting entertainment and sports. Sports, that's a tough one. I don't think I have an easy answer for you. Sports might have to wait a bit until the authorities clear that. Yes, you can. If it's not a contact sport, like maybe sprinting, basketball, football, the chances are milder because football, nobody to kick ball. You are not breathing into each other's nose directly. I don't think they will reduce the number of players on the field and space them out that much anymore. You still have to tackle your opponent. Maybe now, maybe defenders or maybe attackers now have to wear masks. I don't know. Or because again, somebody cannot be running on the field without that energy and all that stress, and you can't breathe well. If anything happens and they can't breathe well and it collapses on the field, now die. Now problem for FIFA. So I don't know how. That's why I said you have to be attentive and be scouting for information. Things are going to be changing rapidly. People will make laws or make them. They will make regulations or make them because they will not. Some regulations will not make sense. They will not work. Maybe they will do a COVID-19, a coronavirus screening for all the players, and you have to pass it before you go to the pitch. That way, they know they are sure. Maybe they will quarantine all of them in camp for 14 days and then test them after to make sure nobody has been infected before you can have contact sports. Again, that is adaptation. Maybe contact sports now, they have to do tests. Before you enter swimming pool, maybe they will run instant COVID-19 tests on your blood. They will just take your blood sample, like that, taking PCV at the lab. Boom, quickly test the blood. How much blood you can allow people to be shedding inside the test tube because they want to swim, and how practical or how clean it is, I don't know. That's another issue that will come up. Again, these things are still new. It's still too early to decipher. We have to keep our ears to the ground and begin to watch how it's going to go. If the COVID-19 clears and there are no new cases anywhere in the world in the next 3 weeks, then it's all over. It's all over, Jackie. No cry, no beg. We are safe. It has come, it has gone. But if it is dragging and we keep hearing laws, regulations, lock down, lock up, lock by, lock with, lock away, lock from, unlock, relock, post-lock, dislock, then it's a different matter. How can you add humor to your education or educational material? That has to come from innate ability. Some people, naturally, they don't know they're funny. They don't see anything funny in them. Maybe I'm speaking for myself. They just talk. They love to illustrate. They love to make adjectives and referrals to experiences. It's funny to some people. Some people, it's the way they gesticulate. Some people, it's the voice they speak with that is entertaining. For me, it is I create a story and I embed education in it. I create a scenario. I embed education in it. One way. The other way, my facial expression. As I TikTok now, guys, you twist my mouth. They say any condition where I make them. Some people go see and say it's funny. It's not funny to some people. If you say I do more face, or I just do sarcasm face, there are different ways of doing it. There are different ways. Facial expression, dialogue, it might be humorous dialogue, but generally, it's better if you have the gift for it and you have a funny bone in you. No, not the comedian. Funny bone is actually a thing. It's called a funny bone, where you naturally find humor or funny things in every condition. Maybe somebody won't talk something and you make mistake or laugh. You quickly make a joke out of it and it's funny, not offensive or not the offensive type. Some people just find something funny or humorous in everything they do. It's called a funny bone. Some people are like that. Some people have to think hard and work on it. You can write it down if you are the second type. Think. If you see a situation or something happens or something flashes in your mind that has to do with education, write it down. Otherwise, collaborate. We talk about virtual collaboration. Collaborate with somebody who is a comedian or who is naturally funny to say, can you help me infuse humor into this seminar I want to do? Or this educational material, how can I say it? Like me now, I have a Windows series that I do with Baby Landlord. Some of you know Baby Landlord. Baby Landlord speaks good English with good diction. I say trash. Fangonga says trash. Mispronounced words, misspelled words. Baby Landlord corrects Frangdonga. Frangdonga doesn't take the correction and he embarrasses himself. That dialogue of back and forth is funny to people, but the lesson of what Baby Landlord is teaching Frangdonga stays in your mind. Let me give you an example. Frangdonga says, Baby Landlord, you're back on school. Look at you, school boy. Come, let me see what you do in your school. Can you come and spell HIP for that? Sing the song, hippopotamus. Baby Landlord said, no, it's not hippopotamus, it's hippopotamus, which is the right way to pronounce the word hippopotamus. No, don't worry, no need to fear. I know Sarah school fees born, all of us. Some of them don't even know saying that hippopotamus. I don't grow before I learn them, so no shame. Baby Landlord said it's not hippopotamus, it's hippopotamus. Frank Longa tried to pronounce it, he couldn't get it right. I said, shut up your mouth, go. After he chased the boy away. Now, wow, my school fees don't more. I don't listen to this boy. We have made a joke, but we have also put information and education. There are so many ways to do it. Next question.
Be our last question so that we go on break. As our next guest is coming up by 1, so we'll have to go on break. Can we all celebrate Frangdonga one more time? He's done a fantastic job. Across all the platform, I can see all of you thanking him and appreciating what he's done. For me, I just feel this is cool. I want to ask you guys a question. How many of you would like to part of a boot camp, okay, with Frangdonga to learn about media, probably for a whole month, how to edit, how to come up with content, every aspect of this. How many of you are interested? You just want to have an idea, because I have told him we can put together an online academy like this, and if it's online, people can get it on. Those who have access to get it and take it. It's something I feel we should do. So if you're interested, type I'm interested. I'm waiting for your comment. Okay. Yes, I can see Pat says that was good. Embedding education. Amos says, I need to see I can volunteer to people. Okay, we didn't say you should come and teach. We said Frank, don't. I mean, there are two different things, bros. Different things. We didn't say you come and teach. We said Frank, interested in attending an online class. So on Facebook, I can see Sheyi says, Sheyi Oluyomi says, I'm interested in such a class. Deep of that says, I'm interested in such a class. For a month, you pay, of course, not free. You pay. It's an online platform like this. You come learn so how to edit, how to come up with scripts, how to even monetize. So some of it will be practical. So practical and all of that. Again, if you are interested, or say I'm interested. So this is what we'll do. How many people minimum will you like to train for Senda? So that I can, if we can get 50 people that they are interested, then we can probably go ahead with that. So, or how many people minimum?
Definitely, that would be a good point. But I think what I will do is I will discuss with my team and we'll get back to you. You know, I told you we used to run a training, media training. We had one the last time we had a media skill classes. That's what we call it, the Frandonga MSc, Frandonga media skill classes. You know, where we teach people media skills, shooting, editing, writing, directing, production, post-production, special effects, animation, all these kind of things. So we started the camera class and editing class, which is the most basic. So what is going to happen is we still have our curriculum. We're updating it. It used to be free, but I don't know if that formula is going to work for much longer. Once in a while, we try to give back by teaching people soft skills like this. But of course, again, we even on our side, we're working towards a more standardized professional or master class. So I think what's going to happen is, excuse me, whatever feedback you have from your people, let me know, and so we see how we can either work with you or incorporate it into what we are doing already so that we don't duplicate efforts.
So guys, send us a mail, info@stephenakita.com. Send us a mail. If you're interested, send a mail to info@stephenakita.com. Get up to 50, we'll push this forward. Don't, I'm sorry, we'll just let it go. I may talk to Heritage Bank if they will be willing to maybe sponsor, I'll allow you to probably also talk to them if they will be willing to kind of invest in it. Abi?
And yes, and let me also say this most importantly. I've been telling people so a lot of young people send me DMs, Baba, show your boy some love. I need money. And I say, you know what? Beyond just asking for money, what can you do? Let me tell you, editing, writing, color grading, sound editing, animation are some of the most profitable professions you can do remotely. Do you know, as we are talking now, there's a profession in this entertainment industry that all this story we are talking does not concern them. Editors. Editors, I'm not just saying, yeah, I'm an editor. I'm an animator. Nice. Editors have been chopping money. All the content that movies have shot since last year. Shebi James Bond, they've shifted the release date to either December or next year. Some other movies too, they've shifted the release date. Editors are working, color grading experts are working. Sound designers are working, Foley artists are working. You know why? As an editor, I work from home studio. I'm constantly editing videos 24/7, mine and some other things. So editing is one of the soft skills you can get. You can work remotely. Sometimes you can edit for people outside Nigeria. When they know you're a great editor, they will create a server online in a cloud. You will log in, edit remotely, and give them their product there. So I encourage people, if you can get interested in editing, it's a very, very lucrative and rewarding investment.
Okay, fantastic. So again, the email is info@stephenakita.com. Go there and send us details if you are sure you are interested in this. I know a lot of you are chatting, I'm interested, but send us a mail. But please, again, no, it's not going to be free. I feel that it's important that we know that there's a need to invest in ourselves. People are losing jobs. Unfortunately, instead of people thinking, how do I get a new skill that is, that is highly sought after? One of the reasons why I brought Frank Donga, G. Mike, and you know, about Pat as well as Tokwe and Mark Odike, was because the entertainment sector seems to be doing well now, even more than oil and gas. You can see how Netflix is now more valuable. No, it's true. It's now more valuable. Netflix is now more valuable than ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil is over 100 years of old, right? Netflix is now worth $191 billion and is less than 10 years old. ExxonMobil is $174 billion and it's going down. So
Content
this is yes, content is hot. These are areas you can then move into. You know, Sheyi say how much is we don't know that yet. I'm not sure how much Frank wants to charge.
I said
you know,
content is the new oil.
of course, content is the new oil. It is. It is. Absolutely. I'm just replying Sheyi, who is asking how much is the cost of the training. I don't know how much yet. I don't know how much Frank wants to charge. I know Frank is expensive. Forget how he costume to do like he's looking for a job. You know,
Not let this jacket deceive you. Nabora and come.
Like a professor that doesn't wear designer jacket. That's not true. Frank is
Naboro. Okay.
Frank is expensive, but we're going to figure out the cost. But if you know but I don't think whatever the cost is, I do not feel, I know Frank, I know that one of the things we can work out is as soon as you graduate, you can probably promote your brand, probably do a banner for all students. I will also be willing to push it across our platforms. Okay, if you need an editor, you know, here's this person's handle, you know, graduate of Randonga, something academy, you know, where, you know, at least your brand is already going out there. And that wouldn't be a bad thing to do for graduates of the academy. Or what do you think?
Anything that we encourage people, because people need to know how lucrative. Do you know how many people? There's a friend of mine who has not less than 2 or 3 people have asked me for motion graphic artists in this lockdown. You want to create website designs, you want to create intros for shows, for programs. They're not too plenty. The few ones that I know that my friends are extremely busy. Extremely busy. So people need to know that this thing we're talking about in the entertainment is not a joke. People need editors and all these skills. So, and to find a job for themselves, even as I am now, I'm looking for hands, good hands. I not see. You get some projects when I want to say I not see enough good hands. You'll be shocked.
True. Very, very true. In fact, I'm having the same problem. I'm even thinking to a competition amongst editors. The best editor gets $1 million. If that's what it takes, it just attracts, you know, good hands. You know, I'm really thinking about thousands and thousands of content that needs to be properly edited and load into my university online platform. And you keep having people not that good in how they're using it. So this is something important that we need to do. This is the season. Which one is correct? What do you mean by correct? Info at Stephen Akintayo. So I don't know what you mean by which one is correct. Is at info at Stephen Akintayo. The last question we'll take and we'll wrap up. So what does it take to set up a small or medium production service for a starter to the industry?
What does it take to?
Jolly Epoeme on Facebook. Yes, sir. What does it take to set up a small or medium production services for starters to the industry for purely social media purposes?
First of all, you need the skill. I keep telling people, skill. So I play a couple of musical instruments. I play the lead guitar, the bass, and the keyboard. I never had a guitar all through my stay in the university. Every time in my room, there were always at least 2 or 3 guitars. I didn't own any of them. Why? I could play the lead guitar. People that were learning how to play guitar would bring their guitar to my room. I would play their guitar in front of them. They will be blown away.
and they will leave the guitar with me and say, just let it stay with you, because they know I know how to play it and how to take care of the guitar. And they were coming for lessons. I was never at a want for that. The best keyboardists in Nigeria, some of them don't even have very expensive keyboards. They don't need it. They probably practice on an old rugged keyboard. So skill is your first investment before you start buying cameras. There's no sense or point in buying an expensive phone or camera to start shooting content, microphones, a computer. It is not about that. Brother Shaggy, there are a lot of people know now, who has millions of followers, started editing on his phone. I was with him on set in Ijebu one day. We shot with myself, Shaggy, and Tony Abraham. We shot on his phone. He edited on his phone. We posted that video that day. He sent to my WhatsApp. I posted. The video went viral for almost a week. Spell Buhari, and Shaggy, myself, and Tony Abraham were dancing on different parts on the set. That video, we didn't shoot with the camera. We didn't rent lights. We shot in the sun. No microphone, no tripod, nothing. So that is why I always encourage you. It's not about money. If you have a decent laptop that can do video or web recording, it's good enough to edit on. It's powerful enough to edit on. If you have a phone, a mobile phone that can go on Zoom, it is good enough. A mobile phone that can record video is good enough. Most of the phones that we have these days can record up to resolutions of 4,000 pixels that we call 4K. You don't need a super powerful computer and a super powerful phone. A lot of people have gone viral. The skit I shot with Pals the Bad Guy, that skit was done on my phone, an old iPhone 4 that somebody dashed me. The skit I shot that was polishing slippers, that up to now some people still love and they still circulate. I shot it on an old iPhone 4. I just put the phone beside the window. There was enough light. Once you know the skills involved in production, you can make do with any small equipment to get the best out of it and make it look like it's a fantastic expensive equipment. Invest in your skill. Any average small portable camera or phone camera that you have, most of the time phone cameras we have smartphones can do the job. Any small computer that you can log on and watch YouTube on that has a good camera and has good RAM, 8 gig of RAM is enough to edit basic video. So setting up a studio to do content for social media is not as expensive or deep as you think. I won't tell you to go and buy a special laptop apart from the laptop you have. All you need is the software to edit. There's thousands of software out there. Get one of them. Learn how to use it. All you need is to cut, join videos, put transition, adjust brightness, and maybe slow down or increase the speed, and then put music on the background. A lot of phones can already do it. Like I told you, Shaggy. Probably Shaggy still edits videos on his phone up to now, I don't know. But as recently as last year, Shaggy was shooting his videos on his phone. Now he has a whole team shooting with proper cameras. But that was that wasn't what made him him. That wasn't what made me me. He was shot videos on phones. So to answer your question, any decent camera phone, any decent small portable camera, any decent laptop, start from there. Don't go and waste your money on big investment on expensive camera, expensive lights. When you want to record on your phone, face the window. Put your phone by the window. Let light be hitting your face. If you want to shoot in the sun, make sure that the sun is not directly entering your camera so that the picture will not be too bright or white. You know, make sure there's no generator sound next to you when you're recording your video, either a motivational video or a skit. Whatever you are doing, just pay attention to those things are skills, not necessarily equipment. If you carry a $20,000 camera and you are recording next to a diesel generator or next to a bakery with a big machine, you're wasting your time. The audio will still not be good. You understand? If you go and carry a 2 million naira camera and you shoot in bright sunlight without taking the necessary precaution to make your picture look very sweet, you will come out with terrible looking pictures. So you know how to, all these things you can get on YouTube. Any decent phone that can shoot HD or 4K, any decent laptop that can do a basic thing like go on YouTube that has 8 gig of RAM, you have a mouse or a trackpad, is enough to do your job. If you don't have a microphone, record when things are quiet, or else you cannot start talking about buying a cheap microphone, but most of the time you don't need it.
Wow, that's amazing. So guys, you can see that, like he said, skill is what is important. Your ability to get skill. So if you're interested in that boot camp with Frank Donga, where you get to learn all these things. Just send a mail, info@stevenakintal.com. That's the email to send to. We have a mutual friend here, working on this picture, Babatunde.
Oh,
How you doing, my brother? Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Good to see you here. So everybody's complimenting you. My main man, Frank Donga, the man that does kids job interview. I mean, everybody's just all over the various platforms. I'm seeing people say thank you, awesome, great job. So I want to say a big thank you for coming. It's been a great time. Cynthia, again, the email has been posted, info@stevenakita.com. Can you help me get across also on Facebook? Info@stevenakita.com. Just tell us, I'm interested in Frank Donga Media Academy. You know, and then we'll see if we have a good number of people, then we'll make it happen. If we don't, then it's just not fun. In business, it's always about the market, right?
yeah.
You create the market. It's amateur entrepreneurs that create product before markets. Now, smart entrepreneurs create the market before the product. If the market
Yeah.
is there, why not? Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. So everybody, can we all type, thank you, Frank Donga. Everybody, come on. Type, thank you, Frank Donga. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Across platform, I want to see. Thank you, Frank Donga. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing session. Thank you for coming. God really bless you. God bless you. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
sir.
guys, so we're going to take about, yes, sir. We're going to take 10 minutes break, and then we have the afternoon session 10 minutes later. Love you all. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.